How you all doing? Come on in, friends. Come on in. Come on in. How goes it? Geraldine Watto. Alfred the Deluge Watto friend favor. What ho, friend? Compliment Cap. Hello, hello. How goes it? How you all doing, yo? Catros Watto. Alnus, lovely to see you. Well, lovely to see you. And Arden, I have no idea what you could possibly mean, friend. No idea what you could possibly mean. Geraldine, lovely to hear you having a good day. For myself personally, aside from the Terry Bogard news, which has been feckin' lovely, and the memes around it have been brilliant. The Terry joined Smash animation being taken from all sorts of different SNK opening animations and stuff like that has made me feel super happy. And yeah, the Kirby with Terry powers is my favorite. Yeah. Power Wave! But in a Kirby voice. Barnacle! Although, you know, I don't want to be a snob or anything. It was actually Guru Mark of the Wolves was the one I played the most. SNK's answer to Street Fighter 3. Yeah, Squarebag, you saw my... Yeah, you saw my tweet. I fucking sent it to you. I know, smart moves, Will. Smart moves. So how are you all doing? Just Diver Wraith Watto, friends. Today is going to be weird. Interesting. I promise you interesting, but definitely weird. Geraldine said, what fighter was the Bouncer King in? I loved her, can't recall the series though. The Bouncer King. My brain's drawing a complete blank because I can think of all the fighting game characters who were bouncers and then King from Street Fighter from Tekken. Bouncer King. Should be 10-bit dude. Oh, yes. Me being an idiosa. See, the thing was, I was never good at King of Fighters, but I loved them. And from someone who spent an inordinate amount of time basically living out of the Mugen engine, like, that was a whole heap of my life right there. So, yeah, the SNK spree is a strange part of my life where I was playing an inordinate amount of fighting games, like a massive variety of them, but I was also the only person I knew who was playing a lot of them, which kind of made me feel a little bit more weird. Just Diver says I need to find a game that is very keyboard friendly but casual. Do you mean casual in kind of like reaction speed or casual in like time engagement? Because I got a recommendation for both. Oh no! Oh, Squarepeg, I'm sorry. Your face is numb. Absolutely don't eat a chicken sandwich with a numb face. Not that you need me to tell you, but yeah. Just Diver says time engagement. Well, let me recommend one that I played an inordinate amount when I only had my little laptop to carry me around the world. I didn't even have a fucking mouse to plug into it. So I was like, what games can I play where you only use a keyboard? And so I found this little feckin' gem. Actually, let me see if there's... Not to be a monstrous shill, as I so frequently am, but if it has a humble link, I'll definitely pick that one. Yes, it does. Wonderful. So, this is Duskers, and you control a squad of drones inside spaceships. You send tiny drones into derelict wrecks in space. but you do it all through keyboard commands, and it's feckin' cool. Oh wait, there's Will Overguard guys live? Ew. Ew. Why would anyone let that happen? So, Mr. Squarepeg, I'm unfortunately have to inform you that it is on your end, unless it's Twitch site-wide. But I had a little check there, and lamentably, it is not on our end. Steel Fox, I am genuinely sorry you got bounced from a couple of roles, but stick with it, friend. Especially with video games as an industry, like, the more you can apply for, the seasonal nature of video game development does mean that, you know, applying today is not the same as applying in April. Who else has just popped on up? Bannerphone, Chronohron, who's not got a hello from me yet. Eraman, what ho, friend? Eraman's like, first job is the hardest. Recession would disagree with that. But once you're in that space and communicating, like, to be honest, all of my games industry jobs I got outside of that first like initial in, I got from people knowing me. Sorry, it was super weird because I was talking with a friend today who was thinking of taking a role at a studio, and we were just talking through all like the back and forth of it, and I don't miss it. There's parts of game development I miss, and like I was talking with Baron yesterday, and I still find it hard to consider what it is that we do here, because I'm so hardwired to being like, this is a video game. I know how to sell you this video game. I'm going to show you why this video game is good, and then you'll be able to decide whether or not it's something that you want in your life, and that's, I guess, how I've done. Eraman, like Jira. Ugh. It's a thing I don't have to hear anymore. But, well, so Banner, that's the thing, is I'm not the product here, you know what I'm saying? This is by no means a personality thing. That's, I guess, where the joke of, I think, was it Camille who started calling it a cult? And it's not a cult. Because it's not about me, it's about us. So, yeah, that was an interesting conversation I had with Baron last night, just helping me get my games industry brain around stuff and things, you know? But, yeah, that's the reason why I was late, actually, is because I was chatting with a friend about game devery. Meowkin secured the ramen was exceptional. You know what that means. There's wigglers nearby. We'll have to get our wiggling knife. Today's gonna be a very weird day, but in a good way. I have an exceptionally strange game, which I'm gonna be jumping into just as soon as we get JoCat and the blower. We're going to play that for maybe an hour or two, and then we're going to jump into probably something a little bit more violent. It's going to be a day, friends. It's going to be a day. Thelmsby, what ho, friend? Kestrel, what ho? Alpha, nothing that anyone can prove in a court of law. Absidipan, what ho, friend? How goes it? Night Valen. Yeah, I'm just... Where was my brain at? Oh yeah, so yeah, the reason why I was late is I was just chatting industry stuff with a friend, and yeah. Also, it turns out that during the Reboot Develop Reboot Develop Red, not Res, very different event. During Reboot Develop Red, God, that's gonna kill me. It turns out one Chet Falazak, who you may know as one of the writers during Valve's golden years, let slip that they're working on a co-op experience. Now, the thing that Chet became so very famous for was Left 4 Dead. So you can understand why a lot of people are very excited about that. Steele's asking, can I get your professional opinion on something? Not even sure I'm going to develop and have finished with school in June. Would I be shooting myself in the foot by applying to all the studios in April? No, God no. Like, if you wait until like June, July. So what happens is, I always talk about game development as seasonal for the larger studios. If you're an indie dev, you work when you want. I would still advise you, for the love of all that is holy, look at launch windows. Like, friends, I have seen so many indie titles being like, hey, we're releasing our game this week. I know you're all playing everything else, but we made an indie game. I'll just go eat some sand over here then, if that's alright. Please think about your launch dates. But what tends to happen is budgetary discussions happen before and during GDC and then are agreed upon usually after. The joke used to be that you write the contract at GDC and you sign it at E3. But at that point around GDC time, you have an understanding of what your company's going to be doing for the rest of the year, which is why you see that spree of like layoffs, like early to like beginning of summer. But what you don't see is also the mass hirings from other studios that are spooling up. So as projects die and those people get thrown over, then you have other projects which spool up. Jarland says, at some point I have to leave and take the trash out. Don't do anything interesting while I'm gone. I promise nothing. Japan's asking if there's something in the memosphere I have to have a look at. It's going to be a shark. It's going to be a shark. Rock, paper, scissors, shark, knife. Yeah, it's sharks. It's a lot of sharks. A lot of sharks. So what else has been going down? Yeah, Alpha with, why is no one paying attention to our gorgeous indie game? It's not because we released on the same day as Call of Duty, is it? No. They are, okay, Obsidian, I will give you that. They are adorable. And I keep seeing the Puppy Shark comics in Awajimaya. Seattle's got a cracking, like, Japanese supermarket Japanese supermarket plus weeb store, Awajimaya, and it's great. It has both kind of like the trashy anime manga plus figures, but also has like, you know, cracking food and really genuine stuff. So it's a nice bell curve. So Cashros, this is that's a really interesting thing. It's one I love talking about. Is that it's something that doesn't get talked about a lot, which is kind of like the economy of development. Because Katros was saying, because Katros, by the way, is currently going for a platinum run of Bloodborne, so their comment does not come from a place of admonishment, but it's they're saying that I'm fascinated by how many people insist that FromSoft games are perfect when Bloodborne has spots of really bad programming, like enemy attacks passing through solid walls where your swings bounce off them. It's, I guess, that economy of creation. Like, no game is perfect, and so choosing where you spend your time and how you construct things as a part of them. So from a user's perspective, what can feel like an unfinished element is actually something much, much larger and much more complex, affecting lots of different things at once. Which weapons... So, like, they might have had to actively decide to let enemies be able to swing through walls, otherwise it made certain parts of it impossible. Because sometimes you need to fix a bug on a case-by-case basis, but sometimes you need to fix it like at a much larger level. So saying this particular enemy that moves around, we have a bug where it just ricochets off every wall. Now, we could make it so that every wall... So we could change its anims so it's not able to do that, but considering the time we have left, let's just make it so that this one enemy can swing through walls. We'll come up with a reason for it later. You know, we've got a ship in X number of days. And I think it's an interesting conversation. I mean, you all know my feels like, as soon as anyone starts doing the comparison of video game terminology and film terminology, my brain just starts going, ugh! So, I'm all for educating users on these subjects. Anyway, Jalen says, a friend said that if you can't read Japanese, good rule of thumb is to look at the package of ramen. The less you understand, the better it probably is. I mean, those instant noodles probably do you a damage on the long term, but they solve a problem. Captain Stephanie Barnes, what ho, friend? Steele says, as a game dev releasing in late December, I can feel that. I mean... The important thing for your game is to get it out on the market. Aside a lottery success, that game is not going to sell 1 million copies in December. It may sell 1 million copies lifetime, or there may be some crazy mad spark that happens down the line. But for your title, you should think less about like number of copies sold first day, first week, and more like how many you shift over the year. Don't think of it as a, you know, one and done release window and out. Think of it as damage over time. Oh, Christ. Thank you kindly. I need to change that message. Katros. No game is perfect. No game is perfect. Katros says, ruins the player's ability to strategize, though. A boss that hits really hard and really fast, and you can't strategically hide behind a few pillars in the room to heal. So when bug fixing and making changes to a title overall, the amount of work versus the amount it fixes is a lot of the times how production will prioritize fixes. So again, and I'm not speaking for Bloodborne, I didn't work on it, I don't know its systems, but it may have been the case of particular enemies being able to swing through certain objects, that to fix it on a case-by-case basis may have been, you know, weeks, maybe even months of work, but to allow them to swing through was only a few days. And while it's not ideal, you're experiencing probably more edge cases than a lot of other consumers. So, again, ideally, that would have been a situation that was fixed before it got to that stage, but, you know, video games are trying to make art with science. It's a hot mess. Well, I tell you what, Japan, I'm absolutely not going to be day drinking.
Online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
The man himself, JoCat, Watto, friend. How goes it? Holy crud, JoCat, that's 11 months. Can we just take a moment for that? Holy crud. I feel like we hung out like just the other day. So, JoCat, dear friend, I'm not able to blep at you on the Discords. We can certainly get this wonderful Mesmer party started. Because your body is ready, my body is Reggie. We were just having a little chat and a little bants. Yeah, JoCat, for some reason, anytime I message you on Discord, I'm just getting it bounced back. Which I'm finding very strange. I'll send you a friend request or something. But we've already spoken on Discord, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, so while we're faffing around on that, so today, friends, we are going to go weird. And I don't mean like, you know, goats on trampolines weird. I mean odd. I mean different. We're going to be playing a multiplayer, like, AI-driven, art generation, MMO scale gallery game. Yep, I found it. Josh is like, oh, what now? Yep. Okay. So it's a non-combative art gallery with an AI-driven component where you can generate art. It's going to be weird. It's going to be really weird. But it is a multiplayer title, so if you want it, you're going to be able to jump on in. Alright, let me just bring these wonderful Pokejams to a pause for just a moment. Byakuaz, the voices were pretty good, but that's it. Hey!
Hola.
There's a voice. Let me boost you.
Volume test. Volume testing for Will to get me at a good level. La 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 la. Rah 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 rah.
How to tell if someone's done YouTube in 3 small lines. Oh, dude, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. I'm feeling good. Taking a break from videos just to play games and stream Hollow Knight. And thank you, by the way, for the raid yesterday.
Nah, dude. I mean, as a person who literally has the friendo tattooed on their arm, like, if you're playing Hollow Knight, we're crashing in there. And I hope my lot were good for not spoiling things.
Oh no, yeah, they were. I think most of the people who were, it's just people who are either not used to the channel or new there first time. You know, not a big deal.
And a lot of the times it just comes from excitement because they love the title. So I was sitting around this morning and I was chatting with Baron last night. I was trying to think about what we could do and what we could play today. And I've been sitting on this thing called Occupy White Walls. And it's feckin' weird, dude.
Yeah, what the heck is this?
It's like good-tempered Second Life. It's AI-generated art inside a massive MMO gallery. And I have no feckin' clue how it works, and not even the foggiest.
Alright, looks like I need to make an account, so I'm gonna do that real quick.
No worry, with a tippity-tappity. And it's got some, like, chill lo-fi beats going on. So,
yeah, it sounds nice.
So, friends, I have no idea how we're actually going to meet in game and hang out and look at stuff. But I had a little skim around to make sure that it wasn't just a meme-filled cesspit. Dude, there's actually people making nice comments on art in a video game.
Yeah.
So, whether this is good or terrible or feckin' trash, I wanted to have a look. And I thought, like, last time we had, like, capital ships crashing into each other and jet fightery stuff. And I was just feeling something of a different pace.
Yeah. This is post battle, you know, whenever we're all like repairing our ships at the same station, and then we're like, hey, you want to go look at an art gallery? Oh yeah. Sure.
Though,
by the way, more admiral fleet battleship to destroy your entire army and your existence off of the universe next week. Yeah.
Oh yeah, totally. But have you seen this this installation?
Oh, I know, right? Oh, it's so great.
Plus,
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Baron, cheers for the host. Plus, I always love having a chat with you, and hurtling a jet fighter around a capital ship does not allow one much time for articulate banter.
Yeah, the comms are sometimes filled with explosions during that time.
So many explosions. So let's get this up and running now, and hopefully it doesn't explode everything sideways. So, of course, it's loud as monkeys.
Oh.
No, we good. It's fine. It's fine.
I've made it to the tutorial.
So. Oh shit! Guess who forgot to tweet? It's Will.
Oh yeah. Let me tweet.
I'm good at stuff. But I have dropped the link in chat, friend. So if you want to somehow join us, you are more than welcome. But yeah, so JoCat, as I was saying over Twitter as well, if this ends up being completely trash fire garbage after an hour or so, then we'll just go jump in some spaceships, fly them around.
Yeah.
We're kind of spoiled. I like that. Yep. It's an all block caps will screaming Gans. But do you remember when I used to know how to speak English people words?
Nope.
Me neither. I was hoping one of us remembered. I know. Right, and I can take anything. Okay, so I guess just to kick off very quickly, just for any of my lot that hasn't met your lovely self, it's my pleasure to introduce you to JoCat, the disembodied voice that you're hearing.
Hello.
If you know of JoCat, it'll be from the Crap Guide to D&D, Crap Guide to Monster Hunter, and the exceptionally funny, was it Overly Edited series.
Oh, yeah.
We ended up being friends via Floydo, which is feckin' crazy internetness, but it makes me real happy.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, that's some sensitivity.
Yeah. All right, where's my audio mixer? I'm just gonna turn all the art sounds way the feck down. There we go. Cool.
Yeah, all the sounds that all the art pieces make. Yeah. Which I don't know. Do they have audible art pieces? I don't know how they make art pieces in this.
I haven't the feckin' foggiest, but
it's all computer generated. You said
some of it. All right, but let me get logged in, and we'll find out how the feckin' feck we find each other.
Yes.
Always was the caps lock. Main screen online. So where to begin? I guess firstly, so how have you been since TwitchCon, friend?
Been good. Been writing some videos for. I mean, I've already said this, put this out there, but I'm preparing the final 3 episodes of Crap Guide to D&D. Very excited for that.
I mean, you've already done the best class, so
yeah,
kind of fine.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you saw it, but I'm going to be hosting a panel. That's right. I'm going to be the person up on the stage answering questions at PAX Unplugged.
Dude, that's fucking cool.
Yeah. I'll be joining Puffin Forest and Dingo Doodles, a couple of other D&D people.
That's dope. What are you going to be talking on, if you don't mind my asking?
We aren't quite so sure yet. We're just kind of like, doing D&D, animated D&D on YouTube and stuff like that. But I'm sure we'll find out some talking points. That's kind of what I've been doing. What about you? How have you been?
Well, aside from apparently having some very, very conflicting opinions on Disco Elysium yesterday, hang on. As smooth as these smooth jams are, they're hell, the sensitivity on this is crazy. Just gonna bring that down to half. There we go.
That's that CRPG, right?
It is. I tried playing it yesterday. Had some difficult times with it. I'm still mulling over it, and I think it might be that I went into it thinking it was more of a po-face game, whereas I should have just treated it like, proper mimetic nonsense. I think I would have had a much better time if I treated it like that. Alright,
well, not every game's for everyone.
Yeah. And I guess I put a lot of pressure on myself to try and show games their best. But aside from that, I got to do a crossover thing with Room 2, which was great. I got to be Maximum Viking.
The other Viking. You had to fight for the crown of most Vikingest Viking.
I achieved the title of Maximum Viking, but it was more so Rune 2's coming out, and the way it is it's kind of like a weird Breath of the Wild as like a squad picture thing. It's fucking cool. Breath of the Wild is like as a group Viking hack and slash, like building boats, making bases. It's all about kind of like trying to find artifacts, go through seasons. It's really cool. And I smashed Loki in the taint. So that's a thing that I did.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I can get down with that.
Yeah, we're clearly... So we're already at the choosing art section. I have no idea how we got here. I'm in a tiny made-up gallery. And I have a Marilyn Monroe painted on a banana. So...
Ooh. Nice. Very nice.
Okay, I think I just bought some art. Dude, I'm winning! Get no-scoped! I bought some art. No idea what the fuck. Banana. Yeah, so I've been slowly updating the Longship 3, which is my current little studio setup, and it's been good. The Blackout Club continues to mess me up something sideways.
Oh, I think I'm going to the plaza.
Are you going to the plaza?
I beat the tutorial of this art game.
Okay, well at the moment I'm just... I think I got stuck in my own house, so I'm now just put banana on wall. There you go. There's banana wall. Done. Good job. Your first art is on display. I'm winning.
Oh, now I'm at the home. Ah, I see.
I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. So yeah, I don't have anything bombastic to announce because everything's a little... The big stuff is kind of quiet, and it's mostly just been like getting guests on, talking about the state of the industry right now. Especially the discussion around games as a medium has been really interesting of late. And I've been trying to bring as many different perspectives on that discussion as I can.
Right.
My personal feel at the moment is that games as an art form have changed drastically in the last couple years. Like, way more than is necessarily being acknowledged. And with getting
Who wants to sing?
Hey, Jeremiah Wheeler! Thank you for throwing us a host. That we're getting to this point where it's becoming more and more viable for teeny tiny games to step up to huge AAA projects, where we're seeing games that were previously considered like niche and hidden and weird. Case in point, Monster Hunter. We're now seeing those just take over the world.
Oh yeah. And not just those once niche AAA games, but like small games by small companies as well.
Yeah.
A Goose Game. Goose Game, like everybody knows what Goose Game is.
Yeah, Goose Game will be pretty much winning Game of Year for most awards. I don't know about yourself, but we're gonna do kind of like a Longship Game of the Year thing, probably after Christmas, before Jan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but no, yeah, I agree. It's very interesting to see the evolution of games, especially like many decades ago when games were just considered these things where you kill things and stomp on things, and combat was like the main focus. And then nowadays you have a lot of these games like White Walls and White Walls and Goose Game, where it's like non-combat, but there's still gameplay there, and it still entertains in a different kind of sense. Just like how art, when people figured out film, can not, you can have action in film without there being violence, tension without something scary happening.
Yeah, and as games as a medium is so different, I still love talking about it. And so I guess that's what I've been focusing on, like post TwitchCon, is just getting enough different voices on here so that everyone has enough of a framing to kind of talk about this going forward. I guess one of the focuses, as we've been talking about, is like the triangle of like games media discussion, where we have traditional journalism, we have kind of content creation, and then we have more of the kind of wow, I've gone completely blank on my own thesis. Great, well done, Will. Nailed it. Good job. So, now, how do I get the feck back out of here?
I will say, one thing that always seems to be consistent every time I go to cons, which I say every time, I've gone to 3 cons so far, but still, is I feel incredibly motivated to create stuff because meeting all these people who make things, it's like, you're like, yeah, that's really cool. I want to do stuff like this.
Oh god, yeah. And I definitely need more hours in a day.
Oh yeah.
Well, because the thing that I've been jelly over is, especially with the overly edited stuff, is wanting to go back and do some video editing things. I've been trying to find a way to highlight really exceptional games that have popped out.
Yeah.
So jumping back into chat, there's a couple of people that have come in to say hi. Jeremiah Wheeler was joking that this mod of The Witness looks sparse. This is my personal gallery, which currently has Damien checking my shit out. Like, Damien, if you could just wait until I've unpacked everything apart from this one painting of Marilyn Monroe on a banana, that'd be great, Damien. Alright.
Yeah, but I totally get you. Like, the struggle is, if you do that stuff, you gotta take time away from the other. Like, maybe you have to go without streaming for a couple of days to work on it, or maybe you know, have to reluctantly say no to any events your friends are inviting you to. It's rough. It's difficult to make time.
As someone who's had a very, very busy social life for most of the year, I'm kind of enjoying. Okay, let's say that we've had a couple of. Guy just walked through me. We had a couple of very, very busy evenings, but that's another story. Okay, wait, sorry. Let me bring it back, because I was getting very much into the weeds of. So, Maniacal Panda, Wato friend, I've got JoCat on. And as I always try and show people something weird and something different when I'm doing stuff like this, we're playing Occupy White Walls, which is an MMO scale gallery construct and explorathon. Yep, that is a thing that exists, and we're playing it. Welcome to Will's World. Right. Okay. It's making me go through the tutorial stuff before I'm allowed to come hang out with you again.
Me too. It's like, place a wall. Place a bunch of walls around. And such.
Cool.
This wall is free, but remember, most assets in the game cost money to build.
Okay.
Pay attention to your balance. Gotcha.
Yeah, now it's just making me... Alright. Last tool is the expansion tool. Or... on the edges of your gallery to make it bigger. That's exactly what I was thinking about. This stuff going. Alright. You level up by buying art. So go to Daisy and buy some more art. Alright. I don't want to buy the same banana, but I do feel like having King Henry VIII in my hangout is a pretty important thing. I mean, if you'll forgive me a small swear, he's up there in terms of history as people who fuck.
Ah.
Because it's what him, Caligula. I mean, have you ever been so thirsty you've had to create your own branch of Catholicism? Yeah.
Can't say I have, but I respect them. I respect them for doing so. I can respect that. Man's got drive. By the seat of his pants.
Okay, I did that. I bought some art. Daisy, I did it. Stop telling me I need to do more stuff. Buy some more art.
SP.
Oh, dude, I'm fucking speedrunning this. I'm on level 2 already. So...
Oh no, you love... Oh,
but yeah, so going back to the previous points, it's like, my post-TwitchCon stuff has been, how can I do more? And what does that look like? You know, as well as hanging out with all these lovely folks, it's also, how can I support these games that I genuinely care about? More so.
Yeah.
Because you do a stream on something and everyone comes together and you have this great experience, but it feels like if you weren't there for that wonderful time, that it's lost. VODs don't carry that same weight.
Agree.
And so I guess that's why I was talking about your overly edited stuff is, you know, you go for humor more often than not, but you put forward something that works. Oh yeah. Okay. So once you've leveled up, then you get back to teleport. So I will meet you in the... Wait. Did it make you open your gallery?
Me? Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a rando Claudia walking around. Looks like she's made of ribbons and such.
Guess who's gonna come creep in your house?
Alright, great.
It's me!
Hello? Oh! Viking Blonde has entered this gallery. Whoa.
Woo, 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 woo.
No, don't look at me. I'm naked.
I'm naked.
I just got this wood carved. It's not even treated yet.
That wood booty hanging out.
Here's Bob. I assume these are the like placeholders. I like the style of these characters.
Yeah. So what did you go for? Oh man, you got like an impressionist shit. That's
I got an impressionist thing, and I got this handsome looking bard over here.
tiny dude.
Tiny bard. I wonder if there's a way to make it larger. I'm curious.
Helping other players. Go to their gallery and press E.
It doesn't look like I can. I like that the placement sounds like the noise guy, like
Nice.
just the loud clicking of his lips.
That still does me a damage.
So I can pick up. Oh, I see. Okay, I can pick up this bucket and put it over there.
Oh wow. I don't want to alarm you, dude, but your floor just went sideways.
Oh yeah, happens.
So yeah, I guess that's been what's been going on with me. I didn't really bring you on today with an agenda. I mean, you've been playing Hollow Knight at the moment, so unfortunately it does mean that until you finished it, and I mean like finished it, it does mean that there's very little I can talk about with you.
Right, yeah. It's very much a game of discovery, from what I understand.
But I guess the thing that I've been wanting to... If this was like a Will brings a guest on, what I'd say with you is that, how has your experience of this whole cavalcade been? Because...
I just got this wood carved, if you know what I mean.
Sorry, I should have sent you the alert noises. Vanderbeest for 200 cheer, thank you by the way, said, I just got this wood carved, if you know what I mean. Wink smiley face. Yeah, so I guess the thing that I really want to ask your opinion on to start with would be, like, you came into, especially YouTube, after a lot of people kind of said YouTube was done, YouTube was dead. And please do correct me if I'm wrong, by my understanding, like, the crap guide was, while not your first video series, like, you didn't come from a long-running TV show or, you know, were a famous rapper before you went onto YouTube. But...
No, I was just some kid in his dorm. Yeah.
So, how's that experience been?
Really strange. I said this before, I think, with you in private, and also I mention it whenever I talk with my friends about it. It still doesn't feel like it's hit me yet. Like it hasn't clicked. Like the scope, because I look at the videos and it's like it's insane and surreal to see that they have these millions of views, but for me, it still hasn't clicked yet. The impact that I've had. It might sound like false modesty and kind of arrogant to say, "Oh, the impact that I've made," but I mean, that's how I feel. I don't know. I guess when I finally go to Unplugged and go to that panel, maybe it'll finally click. Because so far, it still feels like I'm just playing games, and occasionally people come watch. And,
just 200 or 300 people, no big deal.
Yeah, just a few hundred.
Well, so Legend was saying, like, YouTube is far from dead. What I mean is that for a time, there was this spree of people, especially from the gaming space, who were coming up through YouTube. You know, that's why we had Jesse Cox on the other day, because, you know, he was part of that whole experience.
No, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And it's a good thing that you bring up Jesse Cox. He's a good example of how traditional gaming YouTubers and just like the gaming side of YouTube in general has sort of dropped off.
Yeah.
In like viewership and just relevance in general, whether that be because of YouTube systems or people are just kind of tired of old traditional gaming content, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But yes, there is an essence of that, of the way, because of how YouTube is changing, it does definitely affect that side of it and those types of content creators, which is why you see more often than not, they're trying different things. You know, you see like Jesse, he's produced a game, you know, in Monster Prom. The Game Grumps produced a game. Freaking Markiplier is doing like shows. PewDiePie is doing shows. They're, you know, branching out to doing other stuff.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that is that, at least from my perspective, there hasn't been a wave of people that came up in the same way that they did. Like
No.
YouTube's system changed so much as they were coming through that it kind of killed the possibility for other people. Oh, should we check out the plaza as well?
Oh, yeah. I just need to figure out how to get back there.
That's all good. Oh, it's T for teleport once you've unlocked it. Press T to talk.
Oh, good. Plaza. Nice. Here
Yeah,
I
so,
go.
as Elnus was saying, is that YouTube's not dead, but
It has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has definitely changed and less focused on the you part, for better or for worse, because you look at the homepage and you see a lot of promotion of things that are already kind of mainstream media, things like the news and sports and music and celebrities and things like that.
yeah, it's almost impossible to keep up with the channels I'm subscribed to.
Yeah.
But every time I log in, there's like, this thing has happened in the news.
Yeah. And it's also almost impossible for new people to get big like I did. The joke often goes, if you want to get big on YouTube, get a time machine, because people who are big now, not to discredit their talent and hard work and making it this far, but a lot of them were kind of the first people to ever do what it is they're doing,
Yes. And that's been a big crux in... Oh, okay, this is... Alright. This is still popping in as we're going through, but this area is pretty massive. They don't have loading, so you can't tell how large it is. Sorry.
Oh boy. Oh god, MMO loading. There we go. I'm good.
Welcome back, yo.
Hello. My PC didn't explode.
Yeah, I will say that the development team of this, while they have done a cracking job, they have absolutely front-loaded everything on like one GPU, which is a little bit terrifying. Can we get in here? I think we should be able to. It's like a little Monster Hunter Calf thing going on.
Yeah. Have you talked with the dev team at all? I don't know who you do or don't talk to because you have like all the connections in the world.
Ooh. No, this was one I became aware about with... Right, yeah, I'm just going to hang out in this place. This is pretty dope. Oh yeah, and so any of the art that you find in this gallery, like for stuff like this, here's a full breakdown of the artist, when it was painted, dimensions. And if you have a look at the comments, they're all lovely.
Huh.
These are people able to leave anonymous comments about art on the internet, and they're not being rancid shitlords.
Yeah, wow. Look at that.
Didn't I tell you I'd bring you something interesting? Our guest was like, it's all bots. Banados says, I know some of the devs. Well, I'd love to chat to them about this kind of project. I mean, especially anything online and multiplayer is so hard to make. So, to put all that time and that effort into a project, and this game is free, by the way, friends. You can come on in, you can have a look for yourself. Oh, man, this one's a
I wrote
classic.
a little comment.
Classic banger.
I think this could be a very interesting... This seems exactly like the kind of game I think some like elementary school teacher could, show to their students as well. Like just have like a semi-field trip day, except the field trip is to the computer lab, and all the computers have this like installed, and then the teacher could set up their own gallery with like maybe the art pieces that they want to look at.
Yep.
That could be interesting. That could be a cool little thing.
I feel the
That's what interests me. Sorry to interrupt.
No, go for
That's
it,
what interests me about games like this, where it's like not a traditional game, but it can be used as like a tool for other things. That's what's so cool about the games as a medium in general.
Well, yeah.
That they can be used for so many things. Maybe it's just not necessarily for entertainment. It can be for teaching, or I don't know, some other thing that I haven't come up with yet.
Yeah. I guess the one that I'd really like to see... Okay, so Will's current Weeb obsession is Dr. Stone. I've basically just caught up and binged it most this week, and I love it. If you're not familiar with the premise, all of humanity is frozen in stone. And after 3,500 years, people start waking up. And we follow one kid who is who loves the sciences. He is obsessed with science and the scientific method. And he uses his knowledge to try and kind of like pre-Kickstart civilization. And while it is shot like a battle anime, it's still just about science doing science. And each episode, they find a nice way of breaking down the realities of how stuff is. Like, you could totally do that with survival titles.
Yeah.
Alright, this is definitely not bots, because all the comments here are... all the comments here are so funny. So...
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
Anyway, here's Wonderwall. This guy just invented the power chord. Chilling with the crew. I think it's because the second model is just dead-eyeing the painting, like the painter, like, I wish to be anywhere else. And, you know, no big deal. Just painted in 1879.
When a bard lulls your girlfriend to sleep and you have to be the third wheel.
So, a bard, an NPC, and a mimic as another NPC walk into a bar. Stop me if you've heard this one.
I have not.
Damn it, I killed my own joke.
Great. Okay, so a bard, a mimic, and an NPC walk into a bar.
Though, it's that point of, like, some of these you look at them, you're like, alright, I know that from the classics. And sometimes you're looking at, like, is that an internet meme of one of the classics?
Yeah, I noticed a lot of these so far that we've seen, they look like old classic art, but I've never seen them before. So I guess these are some of the more forgotten ones that aren't put in, like, history books and stuff.
So I did a little just quick skimming of stuff while we were bantering, and so the way it works is that the art that we choose to buy is based on an AI learning pattern that works out what art we like. So it could be that a function of this game is actually to learn how to do like machine learning understanding of artworks, and that's kind of cool. All right, new player gallery. Gallery. Okay, so this is the shop. Aha!
Oh.
That thing is a creepy ass version of what's his face from before.
Yeah, the like I'll read your fortune kind of thing.
The circus of value. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. But touching on an earlier point is that it's one of the things that I do love about games is while from a commercial sense we can get into such an argument about what is and isn't games. I mean, this is very much, there's gamification, build a gallery, get people to see it, you get points and experience. So you get points for people coming to your gallery, and you get experience by buying art with those points. And how did you get such a... Wait, you have like a cool body now? I still look like creepy mannequin murder dude.
Yeah, if you press I and go all the way down to avatars, you can change your avatar. There's a bunch of free ones that are available.
Oh,
I think you can buy more from different places.
You know I'm going flamey red.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll equip that. Woohoo! Any free masks? Yes, but they're all sinister. There's a teddy bear head, which I don't know if that's more or less creepy.
Well, only one way to find out.
Actually, it's actually less creepy. How's my, like, payday mask?
Oh. Ah.
But...
Wait, come back real quick. I think it's wonderful.
Where?
I think it's good.
How did you do that?
There's also gestures, yeah.
Someone looked at the controls. Get stuffed, Fortnite. We've got all the dancers here.
Yeah, there's gestures right above avatars. There's weather, skies, mask. I assume this is like stuff for your gallery as well.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I love about gaming as a whole. And you can create these kinds of experiences that are wholeheartedly a game. Like you can win at this game. You get more people coming to your gallery and doing more art. I love stuff like that.
They're adding gamified like mechanics that we're used to and knowing and understand as part of the game, like leveling up and in-game currency, and applying it to something very, very different.
Yeah. And see, here's the stuff that makes me chortle, because you could then end up having like a fucking tier list. Like, which art do people go and see? What's the tier list? I mean, knowing the internet, my first thought would be like, well, anything that's got like, you know, Renaissance nudity in, everyone's going to be all over that, right?
There's an art gallery meta.
Yeah. Like, oh, I can't believe
That's a really interesting thought.
Yeah, feckin' Rembrandt, that's some low-tier bullshit right there.
Yeah. Everybody knows Da Vinci's overrated, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Honestly,
nobody can find Da Vinci. It's not worth the rarity of the drops that you get for Da Vinci's work. The time investment just isn't worth it, you know.
The PvP,
and, I mean, it's
the PvP grind to get a Da Vinci alone is just not worth it.
Mona Lisa has been nerfed.
It's been made even smaller.
Oh, here's a famous one. Here we go. Yeah, Birth of Venus. I don't remember studying this one.
That's some top tier art right there.
Yeah, that's like at least S tier.
Oh god, yeah. But I just imagine it, you know, like those Japanese like waifu card collect mobile games. You know how they have like the little border with like the S tier star.
Yeah. It's like this L'Equipe de Cardiff is like a 3-star rating.
Yeah. So Cryostix was adding Mythic Foil Van Gogh is way more value. So Alleged's asking, can you create your own art or import? I don't think you can create your own, but it's all taken from classic works that are public domain. What's upstairs? Like a little coffee shop. So yeah, dude, how's this for like a place to just sit and talk about video games? This is fucking dope.
Yeah, I mean, this was, you know, like you mentioned, a Second Life, you know, all those like sitting and chatting games where you just take over an avatar. It's good for just like sitting and chatting.
Yeah.
It's a chill time.
So
we got some Picasso here.
Yeah. So not to start the Games of the Year conversation too early, but what are some of the big standouts you've had so far this year?
Oh man, I don't know. This was a great year for games. There were a lot of good games this year. Quite a few. The thing is, the ones that I have played mostly were from previous years. If I ever make my favorite games of the year list, it will definitely just be games that I've played this year rather than.
Yeah.
But yeah, Goose Game is definitely up there. Three Houses has got to be up there for fantastic writing and characters.
Oh, in fact, I haven't even started Three Houses. I don't own Three Houses, but that's not the point.
It's fine. A lot of people are saying the newest expansion to Final Fantasy XIV is really good.
God, yeah. And from what I've heard, just to get into that new content, there's so much good stuff to pick up.
Yeah. I'm actually very curious. I don't know what games were released this year. It's all been a mishmash.
I mean, Sekiro was this year, right? That wasn't last year, was it?
Was it?
Was Sekiro this year? I want to say.
Sekiro Shadows.
Fearless says that, as Hazel calls it, Three Houses is basically horny Hogwarts. Those children are all wholesome and you know it. Wholesome. Absolutely nothing happens there.
Listen, just because Manuela is the most attractive woman to ever grace anybody's screen, she's a staff member, so that's okay. She's But oh my god, yeah, Sekiro was released in March. No wonder I don't remember. Like everything from the beginning of the year is just a blur to me.
Yeah, just a blades and nonsense.
Yeah, I heard Outer Worlds is apparently really good.
Yes, I just got a code through for that, so
nice.
I am gonna tear into it. I wonder how it will be for people watching. I'd be curious on that one, but I mean, Metro Exodus. I'm pretty sure that was this year.
Yeah, Metro Exodus, which I've heard good things about as well.
Resident Evil 2 Remastered, which was just so good.
Oh my gosh, there was a Trine 4? How did I miss this?
Oh yeah, Trine 4 happened.
Trine 4?
And I know this is really contrite to say while looking at, you know, classic works of art, but it's one of the other things that I love about games as a medium is that you can take the same idea, the same license, the same genre, and do it with updated technology and updated ideas and change it so drastically.
Yeah, that's something very unique to games that I don't think any other medium really does, aside from maybe music with covers, but like even then. Yeah,
and I mean, Iron Imp would probably disagree with me because they have a better understanding like the mechanics of music and sound, but for music there isn't going to be a new way to listen to music and how the sounds that we can create. We're getting to the top of the we're getting to the top of the mountain in terms of like noises that we can create that humans can hear. But with games, like with Resident Evil 2, changing the fact that Mr. X can follow you in such a manner that mechanically would have been a bastard to make on the PS1. Also, you better believe I'm buying some feckin' cowboys. I'm leveling up, dude. I'm gonna get my 5 pieces of art. Leave you in the dust, my friend.
Wonder how you make money in this game.
So when you go to someone's gallery, you get some credits. So when I went to yours, I think you got like 5 or 10 or something.
Ah, I see. So it pays to visit other people's galleries as well.
Yeah. Okay, so just a couple of things. Sorry, just some community things I need to touch on very quickly. So friends, this Saturday we're doing the next part of the Balu Bowl, which is a big group tabletop RPG giant robot battle royale, and I'm not even joking. Baron Sheep is, as always, our illustrious robo-host, and we will be shoutcasting people doing like D&D styly fights. The last one was stupid fun, and you are all invited to sign up for it. Sorry, that was it. Just had to go for that.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
So Katros is actually hitting on something that I always think is worth talking about, which is I'm never a big fan of the Game of the Year awards, because sometimes putting games up against each other for best is really difficult.
Yes.
So I'm going to create like a series of arbitrary categories for ours. I also want to acknowledge games that did really well commercially against the odds. Like Apex Legends. I know, and my lot are probably sick to the back teeth of me talking about this. Apex Legends got sent out to die, and it did so well.
Yeah, no marketing, no advertisements. I hadn't heard of it until it came out, and it basically exploded on the Battle Royale genre. Regardless of where it's at now, like, it was what everyone was playing.
Yeah, and knowing how EA have handled the Titanfall property, like, what they did for marketing is they paid a bunch of people to play it on the first day, but they did no preamble to it. And my PR brain, knowing how EA handles their titles, what happened is they probably just went, yeah, this is going to go out and die. We have a marketing budget, we'll just spend it on some people on day one and be done with it.
Yeah. But then those people played it and they were like, wait, this is really good.
Yeah, this is good, we care.
I think that, that's definitely something that you can't really rank on a Game of the Year because, it did amazingly well for a little while. How do you rank that? Yeah. I always liked, I know he had a very colorful life, but God rest his soul, Total Biscuit had a very interesting way of doing Game Awards where he did have like very interesting categories, like best game with a exploding car that could fly through the sky or something. Yeah. Something ridiculous like that. Very specific thing. So I think, that could be a cool idea. Like best games that went against the odds. Yeah. I think Goose Game is another contender there. Goose Game, Apex Legends.
Best game we knew was going to do it and then did it.
Yeah.
Goose Game.
Goose Game.
Mr. Ghost saying best game with the goose in is a little obvious. It's a little on the nose, I'll grant you.
Well, it wins the other GOTY, the Goose of the Year award.
Oh yeah, which now that is absolutely a fair discussion. Also, just as an FYI for those of you joining us, this game is free. Just play it.
Yeah, you can join us in this gallery and walk around and
Yeah.
In fact, there's a lad right over here, Relly. Looks very colorful.
Oh, so they do have some contemporary works here, because I found one here which says like a dude on a pole over a beach, and this is 2014.
Oh, okay. This looks kind of, I can't say for certain, but it could be digital. Their brushes, I don't know. It could be traditional. Not sure.
So Faye was asking if that gallery owner made an art piece out of actual game light in the Lightroom. I couldn't tell you if that is an art exhibition using in-game video lighting or if it's a test room to allow them to test all the different lighting systems like enacting on each other. And the question is how drastically that would change your opinion of this as intent. Because you could do an art exhibition using light that would be impossible in the real world inside a video game. But here, this might just be their like, hey, we need to test to make sure this engine runs. Can you all make me like a little like testy flavor room? As Naoki Sakura says, does it matter when it's pretty? Yo, we doing an art talk. I spend all week talking about art in games. We play an arty game, and I keep making the air horn joke noise. Mr. Ghost says, can I brag a bit? Of course you can. Of course you can. Yeah, I will say, JoCat, when you're done with Hollow Knight proper, that is one that I really, really would love to talk to you about because
Absolutely.
And okay, so this isn't a shade throw, but it's something that came up when me and a friend were drinking and talking about Hollow Knight. Was that the Bloodborne Dark Souls community is very, very focused on what is and isn't correct, what is and isn't canon.
Yeah.
And they go to some scary lengths. One of my favorite peeps, who I can never pronounce, Vatividya. Vatividya. Thank you, dude. I'm so glad someone's here who can read.
Yeah.
Has done a lot of deep dives into different things that the Soulsian communities have deconstructed. And one of the interesting ones was in the Sekiro lore is working out who the dragon was.
I haven't made it that far yet.
Well...
But no worry, yeah, continue.
Because it's not lore spoilers. Their assertion of who the dragon is in Sekiro is based on the name of the dragon in code. So it's referred to by a certain name, and they extrapolate that backwards as meaning intent. But as a game dev, I know that often what you name things early on in project is completely... You just pull it out of your behind.
Yeah.
And while there may have been some intent early on, that doesn't equate to what it becomes when the game is finished.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it adds this really interesting discussion about like, does the manner in which something is constructed, does that denote what it becomes?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like
Looking styling.
that's what they called it early in development. So is that what it is now, or is that the intention now? It's very interesting, and I think there's a lot of different interpretations to go with that.
Because what if earlier on in the game there was this intention that Sekiro was actually going to be set in ancient China as well, and you would travel between two different areas. So it would make sense that a dragon boss would be named after a Chinese dragon of myth. But then the narrative changed and it became very focused around that. So that might be a hangover from a previous idea, not actually the story.
Yeah. It's really, it's interesting because, and it's really hard to come up with a right answer of like whether it's true, how much weight there is, like of how much evidence there is for or against, because there's a similar thing in Dark Souls 1 where there are some unused assets that would have implied Andre, the blacksmith, was going to be a descendant of Gwyn, like the basically the king god of the world. But like we know that that's not what happened, and that he's not anymore. But if the game were more vague, some people might attribute it that way.
Yeah.
And if they didn't know that it was cut content, maybe they thought it would be a secret, and then that would be what people would run with. And I think maybe that's a similar thing with the dragon. Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
So when you go through Hollow Knight and come to the end, there's a larger portion of it which, honestly, it's emotional intent rather than what is and isn't correct in lore becomes so fascinating. Right. So I'm going to jump back in chat because loads of people have been saying great stuff on this. Naoki Sakura just wanted to say, spoiler free, Hollow Knight talk, the scenery is just sublime. Compliment Cap says, FromSoft has a habit of shuffling names around and changing, but keeping stuff here and there. Ironimps referencing a Noita, which, if you want to lose any free time that you may have had, get playing that. It's like if in Binding of Isaac, you could go up at the beginning and explore the house, and then the street, and then maybe go 2 doors down. Like, Noita's scale continues to break my tiny brain. Katros is adding the problem with that FromSoft never gives a straight answer to the lore, so they probably have to go into code because the devs ain't going to say anything. Well,
Yeah.
Sorry, forgive me for riding roughshod on this one because I'm very overcaffeinated. I'm sorry, JoCat.
Go on. I've been talking for a while. It's your turn now.
Invite you on my show, talk over you. But there was a really interesting thing Will says, talking about movies, comparing them to games is bad, then immediately does the same thing. With an interview with Nolan North, no, not Nolan North, that's the voice actor. The bloke who directed Inception.
Mm-hmm.
You know how at the end, he spins the top to work out whether or not he's in a dream?
Yeah.
And it wobbles a little bit. Christopher Nolan, thank you, Hannes. There is no canonical answer.
Right.
It doesn't, because it's left specifically to your interpretation to decide, you know, whether or not all of Inception takes place within a dream itself, or whether or not at the end he really does save the day and he really does get his kids back. The point is it doesn't matter to him at that point. At the end of it, it doesn't matter to Leonardo DiCaprio's son's character. It doesn't matter whether it's real or not. And so, as gamers, we're used to having such clear-cut answers to questions that FromSoft not telling us how things are and leaving it to us to decide, like, holy shit, that's pretty dope.
Yeah. I think those are the stories that stick with you the most because they leave you a lot to think about. One of my greatest, my favorite anyway, games of all time is Shadow of the Colossus, and the ending of that game doesn't answer you anything.
Right?
Most of that game doesn't tell you anything. Why did the army men come ride to find you? How did they know you were there? What kind of society, this unseen society, have they come from that they know that Wander is going to go fight the Colossi?
Yeah.
What happens to this girl that he resurrected now that she's all alone in this place without a way to get back? Why is he a child? It's like it sticks with you. It leaves you a lot to think about.
Yeah. Jumping back into chat on similar ones, because Malekuth Soldier was saying, but if From Software doesn't provide direct answers, should we use all information possible? And I'm not disagreeing with it. But then Phyllis Sun is saying that, you know, in development, sometimes how you name things. It's like, I mean, Joe, you're an editor by trade. Like, every time you put final in a render, and you find that one little fucking edit that's wrong, and you have to re-render it.
Final, yeah.
Final Redux, final Mark
Final
2.
Redux _7. No, yeah. It's I guess it's a blurry line with no right answer, I would say, of because there's no way to really tell the true intent of the author or developer in this case without them explicitly telling and saying. And I guess it's up to them how much they want you to be willing to interpret.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I guess yeah, like I said, there's no right answer. You can take unused code and unused titles and try to apply them to your own headcanon of the game, in which case it's hard to say what is true canon, aside from...
I found a teeny tiny street gallery.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's just going to depend on person to person of how much the non-in-game story information will apply.
I've got to admit, the puns in this game are cracking me up. This one just says, I don't know, what's new with you? And it's some street graffiti from Eastern Berlin in 2018.
Oh, 2018, that's really recent.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another recent one.
Oh.
Rose Court Hotel. This is definitely digital.
I'm gonna work out how to get onto there seems to be like a little roof on a couple of these galleries. I'm gonna work out how to get up there.
Oh, and you can click on artists to see some of their other work too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, so, and Malu, I hope you didn't feel that I was picking on your comment there as saying, you know, you are wrong for looking in the code. I mean, one of the things that, you know, art historians and people who do art history talk about is ascertaining meaning from the medium. Now, I promise I'm not going to get into, modern art versus fine art, because that whole conversation is always asinine, and unless you're drunk and prepared to throw things, is no fun. But what people will do a lot in art history is try and ascertain what the artist was saying through what materials they had available to them. And in modern art, the materials that you use and your intent is what you're meant to derive meaning from, not necessarily what is created. Not saying I agree with it, as someone who can't draw, I feel like while it's nice intellectual fodder, I feel like sometimes it can be a little cheeky.
Yeah. Except forget everything Will just said. He is absolutely belittling you, and you should get mad about it.
All right, there you go. JoCat said you're allowed to get mad at me.
There you go.
It's allowed.
You can't be respectful on the internet.
We'll have
What are you
none of
doing?
that here. So jumping back in, so Mr. Ghost is adding, as an artist, you can submit your art to this game. There is a quite extensive process to get it approved, but you can add your own stuff to game. Yo! And also TSCTH what? Ho, friend!
I could make my own virtual JoCat gallery here.
Yeah, now you've got your stuff, yo.
Heck yeah.
I've just been buying art left, right, and center.
Me too. I'm gonna place some of them in my new gallery.
Dude, that's dark. That's fucking dark.
Oh yeah, the mermaid.
Yeah.
That's a really cool piece. The colors are really nice, and it's like, wow, yeah.
I mean, the colors are so bright and vibrant and happy, like, tropical holiday stuff, and it's whalers pulling in a most likely now dead mermaid. Like,
Oh man. It also feels real. It's like, yeah, I could see this happening.
But yeah, JoCat,
sad.
you can submit your stuff to it.
Nice.
So yeah, I think that's one of the things that's interesting in gaming. Because it's such a new medium, though, it's hard to derive intent from the method of creation unless it's really obvious. Like, Doom on a scientific calculator makes a statement, but whether or not you build your FPS in Unity or in your own scratch-built engine, there isn't enough understanding of the difference of that to infer meaning, if that makes a weird sense.
Right.
I might be going a little bit too, wonky donkey over here, but I did meet a guy who was making a horror game using the classic Game Boy engine, and I think that proposal, that statement, says something. But if someone said, like, I am making a horror experience in Twine, that might infer to you what that experience is like, but it doesn't infer the intent, if that makes a weird sense.
Yeah. It all depends on how deep you want to take your interpretation, like how deeply you want to interpret how much. I can't find the right words, but like how much you want to look into the author's like creation process. It's like, oh, Miyazaki ate a Subway sandwich on the 45th day he was working on Bloodborne. Could this be a statement on how the old gods are providing food to the people of Yharnam? It's like, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one way to look at it. It all depends, like how deep you want to look into it.
Yeah. Hashtag sponsored by Unity.
Yeah.
I sponsored by Subway. Feck, I killed my own joke again. Why am I like this?
And his sandwich had pickles in them. Could this possibly be that the old gods in Yharnam were actually resting in some kind of vat of liquid that caused them to pickle over?
Yes, the resting state, of course, causing the gestation of the world.
Yeah.
It's one of those things you can go too far on, and I am guilty of doing that more than once.
Yeah, it's like that meme where it's like the teacher versus the student interpreting the blue curtains, where the teacher goes, "Oh, the curtains were to represent his sadness at the time, and his emotional state when he lost his wife and his sister and his dog's sister's pet squirrel." And then the student goes, "They were just blue."
It's just what was there.
Yeah. Like I said, no right answer. Could very well be. Could very well not be.
That's why I always try and I I always try and bang on the idea that there are very few truly bad games. There are some, and there are some that try and fail to do something. I mean, it's like Mikey Newman said, like video games are, art made of science, and the fact that any game exists is a fucking science miracle.
Oh yeah. These things are held together with, like, the code equivalent of duct tape.
Yep. Sorry, just Fearless Sun in chat went with the true ending of Bloodborne is I did it! Doll, I did it! I turned myself into a pickle! I'm a pickle hunter!
That's actually not too far from the truth.
Now I want to do a little Photoshop of that ending, but it's pickle really.
With the slug, but it's a pickle. With a little hunter's hat on.
A new generation of hunter is born.
Good hunter, are you cold?
Yeah. Okay, so on the one hand, I don't envy artists coming up with names for paintings because people will choose to infer meaning from the title, even if they're not meant to. And I don't envy artists having to do that and having to take that kind of responsibility. The other that makes me laugh is that in video games we are fucking terrible at naming things. Like, the games industry needs like a little stop giving your game a shit name.
Yeah.
Just like an intervention. I don't know if you had a chance to play it, but not Crysis. Oh my god, Crytek. Crytek have made a really innovative, kind of like pre-World War I, kind of post like Golden Age of the Cowboy title called, where you and either one other friend or two other friends hunt like demonic monsters in a swamp in this like dynamic environment, and it's fucking impressive and cool. They called it Hunt Showdown, and it still annoys me.
Yeah, our names are not the best, especially when you gotta search the game on Google.
I know.
And it's like foot, and you're like, what do I do? Can't search foot on Google and expect to find your game.
Right.
God, not even mentioning going into genre names. Our genre names make no sense. We just video game genres. You just accept what they mean.
Yeah.
They don't actually mean what they mean. You just have a unspoken understanding that this is what this genre means now.
Yeah. Well, now my lot can reset the clock because we're going to talk about video game genres again. Go on, reset the clock. I do this one a lot. See, I love video game genres because we name ours based on the interaction method, not on the content.
Yes.
That's why I always get so like fucking woo.
I would say sometimes there's like sometimes it's like both. Like people say, "Oh, this is a horror game." But like that doesn't tell you what the mechanics of the game is. That tells you more the theme of the game.
Yeah.
You know. Or like a lot of times MMO people tend to just associate it with fantasy a lot of the time. Because there are a lot of fantasy MMOs.
That's a good point. We do still have a thing whereby certain genres will infer certain thematics, but not all of them.
Yeah.
See, dude, and now I'm even getting into this game proper. Like, I'm placing certain artworks on certain walls. So this is my contemporary, and then I'm gonna have my my banging classics.
I'm gonna go visit your gallery.
Thank you. I'm still working on it, and the King Henry the Bangs is going up as well, like for sure.
A couple of genres always just like ruffle my feathers, just because of they're fine because people know what you mean when you say them, but their names make no sense. Like MOBA, I always go back and forth on.
Oh god, yeah.
Multiplayer online battle arena. It's like, okay, so every competitive multiplayer game. Then...
Congratulations, you've just named games.
Yeah. But it's really interesting to see how we've developed our own lexicon of what these different genres mean.
Yeah, because if you look at the lexicon to describe the different cinematic genres, they're kind of a carryover from literature and theatre, where it was important that the consumer knew off the bat what the thematics were going to be, not the delivery method.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, roguelikes. There's another classic.
Mm-hmm.
So. Oh yeah. So yeah, Mr. Ghost was the so Mr. Ghost was adding that the Blue Curtain story, there is an additional element to it, which is that at the end, it's that the teacher then says to the student, you know, the author does not understand the art, and I'm like, whoa, that is one in video games we are so guilty of. I can assure you, no one working on Bloodborne knew how culturally impactful that game was going to be.
No, yeah.
Like, they definitely put their all in. Why is... Hang on. Why is that one bit... Sorry. Alnus was making a really interesting point, and for some reason, it was holding his comment. That's very strange. Sorry about that.
Ooh, Vagabond, yes. Death of the Author versus authorial intent. Lindsay Ellis actually made a very fantastic video about that.
Very, yes.
Where I used to be like pro just like full stance, no compromise, 100% death of the author.
Yeah.
Just like, but like after learning more about it, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, but the author's intent does actually have a fair bit of significance in a piece's message.
I just have orange paint. Did we work out why that was a thing?
Well,
Just gonna sell it all. You know, as someone who rocks orange. Oh no! Piss!
Oh, you sold the wall. Oh no.
Feck you,
Well,
Art!
There's a wall here.
I done goofed.
There was a wall here, but now there isn't. Where are we gonna put the art, Will?
I don't know, I just yeeted it into the feckin' sea.
Now there's gonna be a draft in the room.
Oh no!
Now the water's gonna splash in and make all the art damp.
Oh, damp art is the worst.
Ugh.
Doesn't even. Oh, I know how to do this. Put more feckin' walls up. Yeah!
Oh, there we go. Tall walls.
As I call
Ooh.
them, talls.
Tall.
You welcome. Sorry, because I just yeeted a bunch of like priceless art into the void. And at least my cool art wall's still fine. Just dancing with Claudia.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Jeff gets you. Jeff gets you. But I can see. This is real cool. See, now I've leveled up and purchased some art. Now it's trying to guess my artistic tastes. And I wonder if it is like a back end for an art tagging system to try and work out stuff. Oh, Vanderbeest says, should just frame the whole.
That's a really interesting... Is this like a pseudo different like branching progression, but like done with art? Because from what I can tell, you mostly just buy the art from the beginning when you're setting up your gallery, and also from that plaza, right?
Yeah.
Which there's not a massive selection there, but maybe from there, that's where like your selection, because like as you pick more and more art, it starts to branch out and give you different. Ooh, that's really interesting. Oh, my mind's filling with possibilities.
Yeah, now it's coming down. Oh, Terry, sorry.
It's like an upgrade tree, but with art.
Just make sure I'm not coming through multiple. No, we good.
Am I echoing?
You weren't on my end, good sir, but I was just trying to make sure there wasn't anything going down. Unless the criminal all along was I. No, we good. Alright, back to art. So jumping back here. Oh, Baron Sheep's done one whole adult. Does that mean he doesn't have to go to work today? I approve it. I approve your time off. You can send him a little Will gave you a slip. Oh yeah, see, and Malakuth Soldier is getting into one of like the good topics, which we do talk a lot about, mainly because I think it has a case-by-case answer. But drawing, like Death of the Author, they mentioned Lovecraft. Lovecraft, while not the greatest horror author of all time, was definitely the person who hit that the fear of the unknown combined with like metaphysics and science and all that nonsense and smashed it all together. He was also a very well documented racist, like monstrously racist.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we tend to talk about is that does the works, if a person has that kind of belief, do the works in question confirm their belief? Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because in fact a lot of the kind of eldritch horrors and monstrous creatures and things like that were, as you say, just like how you say that Lovecraft was quite a bit racist, were based around that belief. So it's up to us to infer how much of that affects, like how much does his racism play into the creation of Cthulhu,
Yeah.
there are some of them that are very deliberate, of like, oh, these people staying up at night burning the fires and doing the rituals with their dark blackened skin. It's like, okay, that's very obvious.
Yeah,
But,
okay.
how far does it extend into all his more fictional stuff? And I think that's where Death of the Author comes in, where it's up to our interpretation.
Yeah.
Especially with how culturally significant it is. It's like, and it has kind of turned into something that is not that, which is
Yeah. So I think that's the one where I always say, like, you gotta take it on a case by case. Alright, I'm gonna buy just some nice art. Although the cost of my art's gone up because my art level's going up. It's a butt. No wait though, I think they're legs.
Yeah, those look like legs.
Leg-like tendencies. So yeah, I try and put it forward on like a case-by-case basis, because we have. Oh, I've got to hang on. I've got to open my gallery up some more. You can come hang out. Because your gallery's only open at half-hour stints. In gaming, I feel we have to do it on a case-by-case because, games are very rarely the creation of one person and very rarely are a reflection of their creator's intent. The creator's beliefs.
Yeah.
A terrible person can create good art, and that's a horrible thing to have to think about. But on the, and in the same breath, good people can create art that is incredibly problematic. So I guess Will subscribes to the, case by case.
JoCat also subscribes to that notion that the answer lies somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and the nuances is that's, and the problem is it's so much easier to be like, all right, this person is bad, boycott, do not return. But that's another story. I want to actually touch on what Aaron Sheep was bringing up, which I think is a really interesting conversation, which is that, well, they missed the start of. JoCat, what is your feeling on players, on letting players create canon, or what the role that canon plays in these kinds of like art intents?
It's funny you bring that up because recently, as you may have seen my most recent videos about SCP, that's basically the entirety of that thing. Although the SCP world is not primarily video games, it is basically canon created by a community. And it's like curated by the community and as to what is canon and what isn't. So I guess my stance is if enough people, subscribe to a theory, then there's nothing that says it can't be headcanon. There's a reason headcanon exists.
Very true.
I don't know. It's up to, like you say, it's a case by case where it depends on how much you want to hold the authorial intent over the other ones. Like, for example, Solaire of Dark Souls, in canon, is not the son of Gwyn, as much as it disappointed a lot of people.
What?
But yeah, no. Have you played Dark Souls 3 at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have. Have you fought the Nameless King?
I have.
Yeah, the Nameless King is the lost son of Gwyn that's been cast down and stripped of his title. Not
That's why
Solaire.
he's got cool badass lightning powers and shit.
Yeah, and that's why he's riding a dragon, because he sided with the dragons, and that's what made Gwyn mad at him. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a Gwyn Furious pun, but it's not coming. So I'll get back to you on that one.
You know, so lots of people are questioning, well, who the heck is Solaire then? Is he just some random guy who just decided that he really likes the sun? And some people have the headcanon that because time is all convoluted, that Solaire is the nameless king while he's stripped of his powers, trying to regain it back. And maybe in some other timeline, he reclaimed his power as the nameless king. So I don't know. It's yeah. Some people just really want to believe that, and I'm sure a fair people will subscribe to that theory or that headcanon.
A lot of people are touching on just Solaire is good. Solaire is actually good. Also, last time you jumped in with us for Dark Souls 1, that was one of my favourite days of just you showing up in full Solaire gear praising the sun.
Yeah.
So good.
I'm not proud of how I got that armor. I mean, I legitimately got that armor, and there's nothing to be ashamed of.
No, nothing at all. The only reason I know how you get that armor is when I first played Dark Souls, I played it isolated from the community back in the 360 days. And I had a habit of murdering when I got frustrated, so I killed a lot of people. I would then go on to be a Sunbro in every game, almost as penance. So Fearless, I don't want to touch on that one too much, because while that is a very interesting topic, Fearless was talking about, like, actually looking at matching up Lovecraft's racist ideology with a lot of his fictional writing and seeing where the points matched. I think that's a really good topic, but one I will avoid for today because you get down a dark path there. And Marleth was saying that they really enjoy Hideo Kojima's work because it feels like one of the few auteurs where it has much to say. Now, what I would say is that we know Kojima's intent because he's told us, because he's very unsubtle, or at least he was very unsubtle in the beginning. I mean, just play through Metal Gear Solid 3, ideally the one with the better camera, and, like, there's no subtlety in his message about war is bad, you know, spy movies are cool.
Yeah.
When you get into the nuts and bolts of it, there are some very, very subtle things he does. Like finding out that your femme fatale companion is actually more of a tragic hero. You find out from their medical records, which you can only gain by... when you control them for a brief period of the game, going into the menu, then into the heal, you can see all of their previous injuries, and if you scroll back, you can see all the surgeries they've had to become this femme fatale. And it's like, oh shit. I think there are a lot of really interesting games that do similar things. It's just, Kojima tends to be the focusing lens, and I'm okay with that. I'm not going to lay him off his bullshit. I'm still mad about Quiet.
Like, yeah, I like to tease Kojima a lot about Quiet and some other things all the time, but, like, I can respect and appreciate the fact that he's tapping into parts of games that lots of people still don't think of. And, like, just like with how crazy and weird he implements things in his games that you wouldn't, you know, that most big name studios would be like, you can't put this in a game. We can't do this. This is too weird and out there, and it's not going to sell more copies. And it's like, yeah, but I want to do it because that's my vision.
Yeah.
I can appreciate
Who
that.
wants to sing?
Oh, Fearless Sun, thank you for subbing. That's real cool of you. Thank you, friend. I'm going to head back to the plaza and buy some more art. I'm on a kicker.
Awesome. Yeah. One example is the ice cubes. Like, you've heard about the ice cubes thing. Like, that didn't need to be in the game. That probably took, like, crazy development time that didn't need to be done.
Someone missed out on seeing their kids, you know, soccer match, or, you know, many a Tinder date was missed, so that when you stack the objects on your character, that it unbalances them as you're moving around. I'm looking forward to Death Stranding a lot because it's probably his most unabashedly political game. Because, I mean, he's been making political games for as long as I've been paying attention to him. I mean, Peace Walker is literally nukes are bad. Nukes are bad, and we still use them. Geez, old Metal Gear Solid 1 would cut to real-life footage of wars and stuff like that to make points about, like, nuclear proliferation and the privatization of the military and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sorry. His world going off on feckin' wee tangent tan. I guess you don't have to say something as bombastic as Kojima to make an artistic game. And I think that's what I want to come back to. Because I'm going to use Sekiro because we know it, and it's a real good shorthand for this discussion. Because Sekiro does get discussed a lot, right? Sekiro and Bloodborne is part of this conversation. Uses a lot of the pieces and means that we know to make you feel a certain way. I mean, art should be something that tries to convey emotion, right? With Bloodborne, it creates this aggressive, hunting, vicious, almost hunger. You know, Bloodborne, if you're not attacking, you're getting killed. The game encourages you to do a bunch of murders, which is dope. Like, no complaints. With Sekiro, it encourages you to become the kind of the trained ninja. There is no other option than train. And a lot of people found that frustrating, and I'm not saying that they were the correct method. I don't want to get into the difficulty, but the only way to progress in Sekiro is to train, is to practice, is to you know, throw yourself at that fight again and again and again until you get that rhythm down. And it's kind of evocative of that, you know, the true way of the ninja being you train shitloads. There's no shortcut to success. I found a painting of a dog.
No, yeah, that's something that I think FromSoft does really well, in that they implement the mechanics and the difficulty of the game and the encounters you go through to elicit the kind of tone they want you to feel and take on the role. We use the term role-playing in video games a lot, but in, you know, those games, you literally in Dark Souls, you are nothing. You are an insect in this massive world, so everything, you're cautious around every corner. In Bloodborne, you are the monster that goes bump in the night, hunting these things, so you're aggressive. You get your health back by attacking. You're like, oh boy, more enemies. In Sekiro, you know, you're sneaking around because you're a shinobi. You're sneaking around trying to do a duty and harsh training. And all of those themes are reinforced by how they do the mechanics.
Yeah, and that's something that is real. So, and Malekith, again, I hope you don't feel like I'm picking on you. It's just, your comments are great talking points. And so... Oh, how did you get up there?
Huh?
How'd you get up there?
With skill and practice. Like, I'm a shinobi.
Oh, fuck, I need to get good, though.
Hold on, let me try to figure out. I don't even remember. I was doing some hardcore parkour.
Parkour.
Oh, I remember. Here, follow me. We can walk and talk.
Yeah. Although this person's got free shampoos. Ah. See, I mean, you've seen me playing the club, so this is where my brain is at these days. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, I just want to hang out up here now. This is dope. This is dope. Yay, Arrow Griffin's in with us. Woohoo! Parkour. Yeah, so with the FromSoft games, they're a lovely example of how, you know, how you can be incredibly artistic with a title without necessarily saying it. Kojima is real good at standing up and being like, "This is art! I'm doing an art right now! Look, his name's Snake Plissken from that movie! That movie that had like Kurt Russell in! Look, it's like a movie!" And that doesn't always work. I am very much looking forward to David Cage retiring and letting his development team make a good game. There, I said it. David Cage is not a good developer. His team is incredible.
Hot takes. Oh, how could you say something so controversial?
I know. I'm as shocked as you are, but I gotta stand up for those unknown opinions. All Right. Yeah.
David Cage, isn't that the person from that Marvel TV show? No, that's Luke Cage.
Luke
Oh, all
Cage.
right.
Oh, he's pretty good. Oh, dude, I think.
Hey, there you go.
I think you can wall jump.
You made
this.
Wall jump?
Yeah, I almost stacked it.
Oh.
Yeah. So we got our cool little hangout.
Because I did kind of enjoy Become Human, Detroit Become Human.
Yeah.
Except for the parts that I could clearly tell David Cage was had a hand in.
That's one of the things. Like, David Cage is the thing that his development team has to fight against, and you can feel it. He wants to be this alter filmmaker, but didn't make it. And feck, like the amount of times when his heavy-handedness basically obliterated Beyond Two Souls.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, was it Beyond Be Human? Wait, it was. Anyway.
Yeah, Beyond Two Souls. That was another David Cage game.
Beyond Two Souls was so good when the game let you play it like a game. It's and friends, if you ever get the chance, play it as a co-op game where one person plays the ghost and one person plays the girl. Get some beers in or your equivalent kind of beverage and have one of the funniest times.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the reason I bring up good old David Cage, and for those who are asking, he did Heavy Rain, Detroit Become Human, Beyond Two Souls. Kind of broke onto the scene with the old infamous Fahrenheit or Indigo Prophecy, depending on where you were in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Which has one of the best openings of any video game.
Oh,
If you haven't seen it, there's crazy cutscene, then bam, you come to, you're in a diner bathroom, standing over a body with a knife in your hand. You're covered in blood. This person is clearly dead.
And you are the one who killed them.
What do you do? And because it's using this cool, multi-screen thing, you can see that a cop has just walked into the diner. You have no idea when they're going to go to the bathroom, even if they're going to go to the bathroom, but that's a corpse! You just did a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Catros is giving me a heck saying, David Cage is a bit crap. In other news, sky reflection of the sea being blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the hottest of hot takes.
A lot of people like to joke around that Until Dawn is the best David Cage game because it wasn't made by David Cage.
They're not wrong. They're not wrong. I'm gonna hang out in the poppy fields though. It's just kind of cool. With a little balcony feel to it. Yeah, no doubt there. Malu says there's a similar problem with the Persona and their current director. The game is fantastic, but there's some trouble with the team's experience butting up against the director. I
did not hear about that.
I sadly have to put my hand up and say I've still not had a chance to play Persona 5.
Patience. Have some patience.
Yeah.
I know do you have any experience with the Persona series?
Yes. I spent the most amount of time with 3 and 4. So 3 and 4 of Persona. I did the Digital Devil Saga. I did the one that's got the weird name that had Dante from Devil May Cry in, where Tokyo becomes like an egg world. Oh. That was cool. So I've done loads of the Shin Megami Tensei series, but I've only done 3 and 4 for Persona.
I think it's kind of funny. Well, maybe not funny, but interesting how Persona is the spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei, and it's the more recognized and more popular series. And whenever I tell people, they're like, "What?" Yeah, it's a spin-off. It's a spin-off series.
I'll just very, very quickly, just because who was it who mentioned? Alnus mentioned it, and Katros was asking. Yes, so David Cage did work on a game with David Bowie. So that is a thing that exists. It was released around about the I want to say Dreamcast age, and I think there's a build available on Steam. I don't know if it's good.
What's it called?
It is called okay, thankfully Alnus wrote it down, but I'm going to mispronounce it. It's Omicron, the Nomad Soul.
Omicron. Why does that sound familiar?
I don't know how it did sales-wise, but I do know it suffered from coming out at the same time as a very similar title. So
are you willing to go into your thoughts on that CRPG you mentioned before, or do you want to?
Oh, Disco Elysium. No.
Yeah, Disco Elysium.
I mean, Baron helped me work through a few, and I mean, I guess first and foremost, The two contributing factors to my opinion on it were definitely that one, I'm dyslexic, so games with large amounts of reading can be a little bit more draining than others. And the other was that I made the mistake of taking an individual at good faith when they joined the stream early on, and I should have disregarded them. Someone came into the stream early on and was very much like, "Oh, you're playing Disco Elysium. Well, I'm super glad to hear you're going to be taking it seriously and not treating it like a meme fest." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, considering how highly this is being regarded by people and to what regard people are considering its artistic value, like, yo, of course I'm going to give this the time of day." But really, Disco Elysium shines when you don't take it seriously. It really does. It shines when you're walking around with one shoe off, nursing a hangover, and like because you have two health bars, which is both your physical health and your morale. And if your morale drops too low, you just quit. Like there's so much ridiculousness and silliness that can result in your investigation going completely sideways. Akisa's saying play the character. I don't know if I would agree with that. The game wants you to be both dumb and very smart at the time. What's interesting is all your different skills have a tone of voice. So, like, you have intuition and knowledge and empathy as different skills and different varying styles. But as you're interacting with objects or yourself, your different voices will talk to you. And sometimes they'll be like, "I have no idea what's going on here. You're on your own, buddy." And so, yeah, playing Disco Elysium as a monstrous meme fest is absolutely the way to tackle it.
I see.
What was frustrating for me was I was trying to avoid doing that, and that when you get into the actual like detective bits, it's fucking great. So I felt that I was being pushed into being a silly bugger when there was so much that I wanted to experience.
Right.
But I will also say that I do not think that it was to the caliber of which it was put forward. And I don't mean that to be the sourpuss. It is a very good game, but I've also realized that everyone who has put it forward to me as being one of the greatest is in some regard a writer by trade. And as a game, it is so very proud of its use of very big words. It's one of those a little.
I see.
So yeah, that was my thoughts and feels. I do not think it's going to end up on my Game of the Year list, but I think it's definitely a very different experience, and that I made the mistake of letting someone try and shift the narrative into a different manner. Ooh, you're looking very undetectable by cameras.
Yeah.
The masks are creepy.
Yeah. I'm interested in it's good to hear about different perspectives, because I'm kind of interested in it, although I am the same way where I'm not too fond of reading too much, although I think my tastes have changed as a result of playing a lot of D&D, and suddenly now like every RPG that has like dialogue options, so I'm like, yes, give it to me.
Yep. See, the thing is, playing good D&D matches and stuff like that has actually had the opposite effect on me, because I'm now like, well, I want to experience this. Don't exposition at me. Let me experience. Let me interact with the people. Let that be the way it folds out. And
you spoiled, would you say?
Oh, very much so. Because Baron Sheep was joking earlier about the whole thing with Disco Elysium and Amnesia. Like, Indigo Prophecy or Fahrenheit and Amnesia. I'd be like, who'd leave you like that? Baron's been running our wonderful little D&D campaign, and it's been so much fun. Oh shit! I found tiny Renaissance art. Cool. I'm the grumpiest couple ever. I'm gonna just buy these. I'm gonna put them like uncomfortably close to each other.
Nice.
Just so they can just like glare at each other for eternity.
I'll play some of my own art.
She's clearly not happy about this.
D&D.
Yeah. Baron's been running our campaign so well. Cause
Hope you're having fun.
Oh yeah, dude. The thing we're doing on Saturday that I was plugging earlier is actually we've had to do like a spin-off because it's ended up being so much fun. But the premise was dead simple, which is we got given a blank character sheet, and it's me and everyone in chat controlling what would become the continuing adventures of one Thick McRunfast. And so it's actually set in the Stars Without Number system, so it's more sci-fi than fantasy. And we just wake up on a shuttle heading towards a space station, and that's it. That's all the pre-up we got.
Ooh.
And it was so... It is so good.
What kind of character are you playing?
It's complicated. We get a giant robot, so I guess I could say mech pilot.
Ooh.
And yeah, now Katros is singing Teeny Tiny Thick McRunfast in their head. To the tune of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice. What about personality-wise? You got any thoughts?
I'll put on Thick McRunfast. He is a chronic jerk when it's funny, but is very, very friendo-defensive.
Aw. It's there when it counts.
Yeah. There's also one of the first characters I played in a long time who isn't chronically thirsty. So I don't know what that says about me as a person and my current life state or what have you.
Well, there are so many beautiful fictional characters out there.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. I mean, have you seen Klon von Eiger? Or Claude, the guy from Three Houses.
Oh!
He's a beautiful man.
Okay, Three Houses alone should have just been renamed the Thirst Convention. I'm just saying.
Everyone's thirsty. I've been playing what's it called? Code Vein, which is straight up anime Dark Souls. Like, it's as anime as it can get, which can turn some people off, which I don't blame them. But the first line, because it's like Dark Souls, because replace the word humanity with blood, and you're there. So the first line is this, of course, very stacked woman looking at this plant that creates blood, and she goes, "Everyone, everywhere is thirsty." It's like, oh wow, you really got to call me out like that.
Yeah, you're just gonna make it like that. So very quickly, heroes to the people. Dan Jones, what a friend!
Hey Dan.
I got JoCat, and we're walking through a free MMO scale art gallery. If you want to come join us, you're more than welcome. Now, I will say, we did Code Vein. I really enjoyed playing it. But I did spend the first couple hours just being like, Jesus Christ, have we lost every hoodie and sports bra in the apocalypse?
I know, yeah. The character designs are it's like this is very straight up anime tropey.
Yeah. Although I feel that the breadth and depth of their character creation, that you can make pretty much what you want. Makes up for it a whole bunch.
The accessory system is great.
Oh, Malakuth Soldier has also entered as well, so everyone's having a little bounce around. So the problem was I got gifted a copy of the Surge 2 around the same time that Code Vein dropped, so I ended up trying to put those two side by side, and Code Vein's more fun, but the Surge is definitely the kind of the Soulsian articulate.
Mm-hmm.
Code Vein's so entertaining to play, but the Surge, they took everything that was brilliant about the first one and just refined it. So you're just lopping off body parts to make armor sets, and it's dude, it's so much.
I've heard good things.
Will's getting excitable. Uh-oh. I found one of the crows. Can I buy more than one of the same painting? No, damn it. I was going to buy crows. Also, I just want to say there's a bunch of comments on this painting of a crow that just say, wow, that's an adorable dog.
Wow.
That's a cute dog. That's an adorable puppy.
That's a strange looking giraffe. There we go.
Oh, Alnus was saying, Code Vein is bouncy and fun to look at, but the Surge has more coverage. Sorry, not sorry.
Good one.
Oh, though Reflective says, best intro ever. West of house. You are standing in an open field, west of a white house, with a boarded front door. there is a small mailbox there. All right.
Oh, is that the original? What's it called? Like those like text-based adventures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is Zork, my friend.
Zork. That's what it was called.
Which I've also I've finished. I finished Zork. I've done Rogue. I've never finished NetHack because that game is too much RNG. But I fucking love them. And also, I don't know if I've vomited about my love of Noita so far today during this show. Have I done that?
Yes, you have. But no, feel free to continue.
Well, I'm gonna do it again. Dude, I've realized after like 20 hours of playing Noita, it's not a roguelike, it's Zork. You start outside the entrance to a dungeon with a magic wand and a flask of water. What do you do? Because I don't know if everyone else has like looked into the whole Noita scene, but it's one great big world. Even though Noita at first appears to be a series of levels one after the other, no, it's one world map. And if you get the right spells and equipment, you can dig up to the surface world from there. There's also an inverted... There's like Tower of Druga style, there's an inverted super world on top of your world. Like, my brain. And isn't Neo 2 coming out soon as well?
It's either coming out or it's already out. One of the two.
Oh, I'm not ready. Not ready.
Actually, I think it is already out because I saw a tweet by Arix Gaming, and he was playing it, and he was petting a cute little ball cat, and it rolls around, and I was like, I want 50 of those.
Okay, nothing will beat Noita 1's cat clock reveal. I think it's like Hanzo or one of the ninjas you meet. He's like, and I'm gonna check what time it is. And from his like thin ninja robes, he pulls out an entire ass cat. It's like, what time is it? Cat's like, I don't know. Puts the cat back in his jacket. DJ Heroes to the People Dan Jones is saying they think the beta is going around. Okay. Sadly, I lack PS4 these days, so I'm without the powers. Oh, I need to go put my picture of a dog up. Why am I like this? Oh, I got a good painting of a dog. Put it up in my house.
Oh, very nice.
So yeah, Will losing his train of thought multiple times over. It's a special skill of mine.
No worries. I'm pimping out my gallery.
Yeah, I'm seeing some screenshots of what other people have done and realize that I'm doing the basic bitch of galleries. Ooh, God.
Basic bitch of galleries is still a valid.
Yeah. It's also my screen name.
There we are.
Just...
God, now I'm like Sims mode and sucked into this now. It's like, oh, I could decorate, but I don't have enough money. Oh,
also very quickly, I think it zipped past, but Lizzie did pop. There is a free PDF version of Stars Without Number if you ever want to try it as a system.
Okay. Very well, might. I've been looking for a like sci-fi themed RPG system. So yeah. So I've tried Starfinder, and that's one, but
I can't remember
I don't know.
which one Starfinder's based on. I don't know.
Starfinder is by the people who made Pathfinder, and it's just a reflavored Pathfinder.
Okay.
A little bit more simple and easier to understand, from what I know, because I don't know a lot about Pathfinder, but I was introduced to Starfinder first, and I got the hang of it pretty easily.
Well, it's Captain Zergi agreeing as it's Pathfinder in space!
Yeah, it's a good way to describe it.
I'm going to put these two so uncomfortably close to each other. I don't know why it makes me laugh, but it does. Just the disdain they appear to have for the great world, and when you put them together, it's the disdain for each other. I'm with shit. I don't even want to. I don't have enough knowledge of galleries to even get into the weird meta of how you hang paintings. Supposedly that is like a whole art in itself.
As an artist who has hung his art in galleries, I have no freaking idea how to do it either. Don't worry.
Oh, so
It's like,
sorry, please continue.
No, go on. I was just gonna make a joke. Go on.
I killed the joke. Why am I like this, JoCat? Why am I like this?
It's okay. There'll be more.
Friends, for just 2 bits a month, you can save a joke from murder.
In the arms of the angel. Every year, thousands of jokes go untold or unheard, interrupted by other friends who did not anticipate one that was coming, or them being killed via over-explanation.
Exposition kills.
Sorry, who in the chat was going to say something?
It was Yilty. And Yilty reminded me of Lancer, which, if I remember correctly, is a tabletop system, but it's by the creator of one of my favorite series, Kill 6 Billion Demons, which is a super art house comic you can read online. The print versions are available, I think, through either Image or Oni, but you can read it freely online, and it's so good. Earl and Comp immediately being like, 2 bits, say the joke. Yeah, it's a mecha tabletop RPG. Pierce the heavens! Gren Lagann! I tell you the one I would get into if I had stupid people money. Would be... I'll leave this open. And the one I would get into if I was, like, stupidly rich is that there is a Lego, like, Warhammer-style system you can get for giant robots where you can build your own mechs and stuff. But there's this whole community of people who create, like, incredible builds from it, to the point where you can buy third-party pre-kits on Amazon and stuff like that. It's so good. Yeah, dude. But that it requires both money and cash. Money, cash, and time, and I have none of the 3 of them. Oh yeah, Sadlin, Mobile Frame 0. I didn't... JoCat, I gotta be honest with you, friend. I didn't think we'd end up actually playing this. I thought we were gonna walk around, look at some stuff.
No, I'm going full Sims mode now. I'm decorating my gallery if you want to come see. It's like got a 2nd floor.
What? Fuck
Yeah,
yeah, I
dude.
want to come see it.
Yeah, come look.
I'm teleporting over now.
Oh, I like the sound that some of the things make. Like when I place down some stairs, it's like, dong.
Yep. It feels really meaty. Salem says they know some of the folks who worked on the Mobile Frame 0. Even the whatchamacallit, the rule book looks like, you know, a Gundam, my first Gundam handbook. Compliment Cap's gonna head to bed, but has sent us another 2 bits. Making for a grand total of 6 to keep those jokes alive. This is cool. You went for the mermaid. Yo, which one's this?
I don't know. I don't know what half of these are.
Oh! Okay. You can tell Will's not in his game today. So I get it now. The gamification of this is actually genius. So you know how there's X amount of art we can buy in the plaza, right?
Right.
But the algorithm, or I think they call it Daisy, the AI that gives us a choice of art. Daisy picks 9 pieces of art set to our tastes, right?
Yeah, and yeah.
So this cool painting of this lass who seems to be hanging off some kind of like sci-fi, like Akira-style creation. The only way I can acquire this right now is by buying it from your gallery.
Yeah, so you buy the art that you like from other people's gallery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another incentive to visit other people's galleries.
Yeah, so you don't end up just like sitting around alone. Because I'm picking this up, and I think you get a car. A Cryostick says Daisy is a change of art, Lord Samus. Oh, And Baron just wanted to quickly add that Stars Without Number, the system is amazing, but the revised edition is worth the money, as it simplifies the skills in a way that's desperately needed. I mean, that's a good point. We've been playing it on Roll20, so as a player, all the hard bits are simplified for me.
I see.
But yeah, there's also, with games like the process also adds, I guess, a certain amount of conversation. Because I don't know if this was your intent, Cryostix, but talking about DayZ is a very interesting thing to discuss. Because it's a game that's constantly tried to be something, but I don't know if it's been able to become. So for those of you who don't know, Baron Sheep's got to go to work. Baron Sheep, have a great day at work.
Bye, Baron Sheep.
Because, actually, tiny tangent upon tangent. Despite hanging out in the same space at TwitchCon a whole bunch, you and Baron Sheep didn't actually get a chance to hang out.
Oh, no, I guess not.
I do like... Yo! Hidden walls to hidden galleries. This is cool.
Yeah, a little mini maze.
This is
with
real.
what I could afford.
Yeah.
I'm dirt poor now, though. I am out of money.
I'm gonna need to step up my game if I'm gonna build a gallery to compare. But I
I earned some money from you buying my art. Oh.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh.
These are some good looking cows, dude. I'm
Thank you.
picking it up. So the story of DayZ is a fascinating one. But DayZ was originally created to be a cooperative survival experience with the undead. It was created by one person and a couple of friends to be a mod for a hardcore military system armor, and it ended up, the mod became so massively successful that it ended up becoming a phenomenon in its own. They proposed they were going to create a standalone version of the game, which took many moons to finally come out, and at least in terms of the community sentiment, hasn't been what they hoped it would achieve.
Right.
So, I mean, that's crazy modern art level. Crazy architecture levels. So, what I mean is okay, how do I phrase this? JoCat, I need to tell you the story.
Go on.
I need to tell you the story of the gushing bollock.
The gushing bard?
Bollock.
Bollock. Okay. All right.
So, I believe it was a small part of Oxford commissioned an art group to create them a piece of art. And this was a piece of art that was meant to symbolize knowledge unfurling the world. Alnus, you heard me. So they gave the spec. It was going to be a big installation and water feature. And so the team behind it created the gigantic, what was meant to be this gigantic globe with small little spinning globes. And yeah, Tenari, wow, this is Horsham. And the idea was that the planet, the main Earth in the center wouldn't spin so much; it would slowly descend. It would slowly rise. As it got to the top, it would gush water underneath it into the water feature. So as a spec, that seems fine, right?
Yeah.
However, the project changed hands a couple of times, and by my understanding, the lead artist moved on to other things. There was some discussions. About what the planet should look like and how the unfurling should be. So what ended up happening was that Oxford said hell no to what was essentially one gigantic torn bollock from the top and 4 smaller testicles that would spin on water. That would spin.
All right.
Horsham, the town where I was living for a little while, bought it on the cheap because of its testicular brilliance. And so, yeah, every couple of hours, as the bollock would rise and reach the top and then just gush water downwards, that was a regular feature. That's the story of the torn bollock. Now, the reason I bring that up is because the artistic intent and what it finally became was drastically different. No one sat around being like, hey, so Oxford Council has just paid us a bunch of money. Who wants to see how big a testicle we can make? But what?
What do you mean? Yeah. What do you mean that didn't happen?
All right. I mean,
Sorry. Continue.
I'm just thinking out loud now. Like, yeah. Now I think about it, I wouldn't be against it. Oh.
You mean they didn't exactly have that kind of meeting and say those exact words and be like, yes, buying it right now?
That's a good-looking painting of a dog you got there.
Yeah, I know. I love its scales.
Yeah, the scales really make it pop, like dog scales.
Yeah.
So to Doc Markev and people that may have just joined us, we are playing Occupy White Walls. This is a multiplayer art 'em up. Kind of Second Life as art galleries minus the slamming. It's a fascinating little title. Oh, this looks cool. It's a fascinating little title. It's free on Steam, and you can just play it. And if I buy this from you, then guess who just feckin' leveled up? You go. Level 5. Get wrecked, speedrun. Speedrun strats. Woo 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 woo.
I'm curious as to what the main way to... I guess you just gotta wait until a bunch of people enter your gallery and start buying it, because we clearly can't like boost it with just us two, like you buying my stuff and me buying yours, because proportionally we would run out of money, because I get 80 whatever cube dollars from whatever you buy, regardless from what it seems like. So I guess, yeah, if you have a really popular gallery, people would be buying all the art and you'd just be raking in dough.
Oh, that's cool. Also, F6 gets rid of the UI if you want to just be all like super art house.
So I guess some of this game economy is not some. I guess basically the whole thing revolves around having a community of players like buying each other's art.
But with the AI, you're incentivized as a high player to find. If you want to find new art, the only way to find that is by jumping from like place to place.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So there totally would be an art tier list.
Yeah, there would be.
There would be. Yeah, one piece of art is going to be the most purchased. Wow.
I'm only going to jump into this guy's gallery because he kept saying "All hail Pingu" earlier. Although Orbital Fetus is a terrible name. I'm just going to say it. So I'm either about to walk into some horrendous, like, Second Life dungeon, or this is going to be like the tier list.
Just like there's like a table with wine. Dun, 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 dun,
actually, while we're loading it, I just realised that I told that story. I can't remember the Horsham Bollock. Yeah, there we go. Rising Universe, commonly known as the Shelley Fountain. If you search the Horsham Bollock, that's what it looked like, with a lovely shot of Weatherspoons in the background.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, that's a.
Yep, that
looks like a testicle.
You're welcome.
God, it's so like deliberate too.
Right?
There's no way, the person who made that was like, didn't take a step back and be like, oh, that looks like balls. That looks like nuts. Whoa!
Holy crud!
Now this is a gallery.
Alright, yeah, this is some top... Holy shit!
Is this like a top 500 White Walls player?
What is
Diamond League?
What is this guy's elo?
Dude, what's your art APM?
Strokes per minute. Wait, no, hang on.
Wow.
We're not ever gonna reference that again. And the only reason I came in here is because the guy was saying, what was it, like, worship Pingu. There's tasteful lighting in here!
Yeah. Oh, there's a giant chessboard.
What?
Whoa. Over here. Or at least giant pieces of chess.
Mate, I'm lost in feck knows.
Oh, you're like in there. Oh,
There's working
like-
doors?
up at the top. This could be like an architecture piece. This is legitimately like a more kind of like simplified architecture builder.
Yeah, but
Because like my architecture buddy, when we were in college, he had to make, things like art galleries and hospitals and stuff. Like figure out how to place things. This is neat.
Viking_blonde for all your nut-based trivia.
thank you, Vanderbeest. Vanderbeest threw in 200 cheer there just to reference all your nut-based trivia. We'll have our gifts. Oh, okay. Hey. What? Very
God, and this whole thing
teleporting
hasn't
there.
even loaded yet. Oh,
Yeah,
finding new areas.
I don't think it was happy with me exploring before it had finished loading. Like, this is genuinely good.
Yeah.
I was worried this was going to be like one of those really, really sinister Second Life areas. Oh yeah, so there's the giant chess pieces. I think I found them.
Luckily, it seems like this game doesn't have the systems in place for that, from what I can tell. Wow. They've got like they're organized their rooms as well. Like here, this room is like for like this artist, and this next room is like for a different genre of art and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I found you.
Cool. Dude, there's so much to this.
I know. This place is multi-layered. This is straight up a museum.
Right? I mean, and how the hell you get to the tier list to get that gigantic, like, Renaissance wall? I don't even know.
Whoa!
Right?
I just saw that. Holy crap.
Okay, can we please discuss why can't you do this in The Sims?
I know. Sims, step it up.
Yeah, get your shite together, Sims. And, like, the placement's feckin' on point. I wish I knew enough about, like, yeah, as we were saying earlier, about, like, how to hang paintings correctly and, like, the theory around them, like, what kinds of art needs white space, what kind of art needs other setups.
I wish I knew what they did to earn enough money to build this place.
I have no idea. Because, dude, I've got 10k. I have no idea how I've got 10k.
Oh, I started with 10k and, like, spent it all.
So what I'm not doing is spending it.
Right.
So Shackle's asking, where does the art from this game come from? Just Creative Commons, or are folks uploading? Both. So what we were informed of earlier is that you can submit your own art to this. Oh, wow. Oh.
Yeah, that's where I was. It's like a freaking professional museum.
Right? Although the single core design of this game is somewhat causing it to freak out a little bit. But
Just a tad.
just a tad.
I think a lot of this lends to the assets that are in the game as well, like these walls, like really lend well to give you that the walls and the ceiling and the flooring really lends well to that museum feel as well.
Like, yo, if you think I'm not gonna buy Batman coming out of a Twinkie, you've got another thing.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Where is that? That's like at least B tier.
That's a.
I need that.
That's definitely B tier.
That's B tier. B tier art.
Ooh, I need that one just cause it's pretty.
B tier is like where you put all the memes.
Oh yeah. Stalin holding Mickey Mouse. I don't actually think that's a high tier piece. Sorry. Sorry, Mickey. Just you don't have it going on.
Where are you? This place is a maze.
Right? Get fucking lost in here. So yeah. I mean, Joe, did I not tell you it was going to be interesting?
It is definitely interesting. Lost in here like the infinite IKEA.
This is it. This is the infinite IKEA.
Yeah, this is the SCP, the infinite IKEA. We've got a bunch of faceless. Yeah, that's an actual SCP. Is apparently an IKEA that goes on forever, and they're like faceless monsters representing the staff.
which is ironic because most people working in IKEA seem to be quite cheerful.
Yeah, I would like to go to an IKEA one day.
You've never been to IKEA?
I've never been to IKEA. I don't even know. Like, I hear so much about it. I'm like, what is this? Just an everything store? What is this?
I could spend days in IKEA. I'm like that, especially like going through all the, like the preset homes. I amuse myself. Eric, how you doing, yo? Yeah. Plus the food's great.
I keep hearing I can spend days in IKEA. The food, like, what kind of store is this?
Like smoked salmon and meatballs, and it doesn't cost a fortune.
What kind? Does it just have everything? Is it a super mall? What is it?
Yeah. I usually go in there for like. Yay!
What ho, friendos? What ho, Will? What ho, JoCat?
Hey, Caffeine. How you doing, friend? Oh, dude. So, JoCat, I don't mean this to be like a humble brag or a let's make everything about Will again, but like, people have been procking their 13 months for the last couple days, and I'm still struggling to comprehend that as a concept.
Wow. I know. I only recently got my first like few 12 months, and I was like, what the hell?
Right? It seems really contrite to say it, but I'm still not used to it. It still doesn't make...
Yeah. How long have you been streaming, like, total?
So as my miscreant self on this, God, year and a half? We started in... what was it, friends? We worked out, was it April 4th or April 6th is Longship Day? Jax is like, since the first day he were born.
Wow, I would have thought that you've been doing this for a little bit longer.
To be fair, I did it for like the Creative Assembly and for like other companies and stuff in the past, so it wasn't like I just took up streaming a year and a bit ago, like, and I'd done the YouTube dance as part of a company beforehand.
That's right. I always forget that you were on the inside for a little bit.
I was on the other set.
Yeah.
Also, I found a tiny postcard of a cat. You better believe I bought that.
Oh, dude, jelly.
Yeah, gotta get on them feckin' top tier strats, my friend.
Yeah, animal pictures generally are an A tier. Everybody loves animals.
Oh yeah. It's the S list is what we're all really interested in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure you're adorable, single painting of a flower in a vase, but you're struggling to be an E list. Peperos is like, Will, the man on the inside.
Terminator 200 bonus 20 JoCat.
IKEA is a store mostly for furniture. That's what I thought.
Storage, sinks,
But it also
lamps,
has a
etc.,
cafeteria
but it also has a
take-home area with various
take-home
Swedish
area with
foods.
various Swedish
Interesting.
foods.
Never thought of a store having a cafeteria in it.
Yeah, and the food good.
Damn.
The food real good.
Like it's not like it's their own brand as well. Like,
yeah.
Wow. Not like dinky Walmart where like there's a Subway in here. It's like, okay, cool.
Though I will admit, Costco hot dogs are far better than they have any right to be. Costco hot dogs, they're actually tasty and they cost like $1.50. So my broke ass is like, fucking yeah! Hey!
Oh, there you are. Hey.
Alright. So, what did we need to find? We need to find the cat and the other one. So
Yeah.
we'll squat up. We'll do...
I could probably afford one more thing because I'm running out of dough.
Right. Art Deco rate. Yeah, well, this guy's art is like 600 a pop. Jerk. Oh yeah, Kisa, that is the point, is that those, while tasty, are... Wait, was it one up for the... So the cat's this way. But then, dude, this puts you into the mindset of, like, which art piece do you want versus which should you get?
Yeah.
Like, gets you almost kind of like critical thinking by means of gamification. So this is Tiny Cat Postcard.
Oh! Oh yeah, I'm absolutely buying that.
Right.
There we go. And now I have 200 buckaroos.
Yeah, so we'll go back to our respective galleries, because I gotta up my game. I do like that we had a backup shooter, just in case this didn't work.
I'm gonna explore a little bit more. Look at all these. Oh, I know what's S tier. S tier are like the famous pieces. Like I just found Starry Night.
Oh yeah.
That's S tier. Those are the things that are hung in actual museums.
Well, so this would be the fun discussion. Is that are the famous ones really S tier? Like, wouldn't
Oh yeah, I don't
bringing
know.
someone in?
Because they've already seen it. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. They're either S tier or E tier. Who knows? It could be one of the two.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. So stairs are expensive. Alright. Gives a floor as well. Alright. Because I gotta up my game, friend. You've been. Oh, okay. So I know what was eating cash. It's absolutely expanding. It's 300 a pop for each rock to expand.
And it goes up.
Yeah. That's where they get you, man. First taste is free, and then boom.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to get the most out of the space, which is very meta there. Yeah, I doubt I'm going to be able to match your fresh skills, but so
Yeah.
certainly
My place has got freaking stairs.
I have some stairs, but they're basic Babu stairs. Like I'm not gonna be bringing the thunder anytime soon. Plus, I like windows too much.
Windows are valid.
I almost like the surreal open element of this. Yeah, damn house mic and prices. Am I right? So yeah, I guess to those of you who've just joined us, I have the wonderful JoCat on the line, and we're just talking video games, art, and just having a wonderful time with this game.
Surprisingly.
Yeah. Rolled the dice. It came out far better than I would have expected. Haven't even started looking into lighting though.
I will say, I think in a few minutes I will have to book it because I am starting to get the munchies. My tummy is shouting at me.
That is no worry. That is no worry. You're D&Ding it up this evening, if I remember correctly.
I am, yes, in a couple of hours actually.
Is that a stream thing or is that a video thing?
It's a private game. Me and my friends, the Hijack crew, where you got a private game going, where I play as Plek, the Goblin Hexblade Warlock.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, for those of you who have come for JoCat, I will be going for a few hours. For let's be honest, many hours, and I will endeavour to be at least vaguely entertaining. I will give it my best.
Yeah. I'd say you do a pretty good job. I love hearing you talk about industry stuff.
It's fun because there's such a genuine interest to know about it. I mean, as everyone was getting real into the Dark Souls conversation earlier, like it's people genuinely give a heck about games and where games come from and what they mean to us, and that makes me real happy.
Yeah.
Oh, Aperos is now asking the important questions, like, does a goblin use a sword and shield?
It most certainly does. In fact, that's his hexblade weapon, is a possessed sword. Yeah.
We did Age of Wonders as a hot seat campaign on the weekend, which basically turned into 3 teams of 3 drinking heavily. The idea is that it's the viewership that gets to decide who the true winners are. So that was real fun. However, the Goblin Nation is always a strong contender because Goblins, they ain't here for They're not here for a long time. They're here for a good time.
Goblins.
Goblins! I had so much fun with it. To the point where I think Baron Sheep's genuinely considering a Goblins only D&D campaign.
That could be fun.
Right?
I'm gonna come to your gallery and check you out right before I go.
Okey-dokey.
Check out your arts.
I have some arts. An art or two has been delivered.
You have done an art.
Yeah. And friends, again, this game is free. It's called Occupy White Walls on Steam, and it's heckin' dope, yo. You know what? You know what? I'm cheesily proud of this.
Yeah.
Take some cool kid pictures, especially of these the grumpy couple. But I wonder if reproduction is allowed. Like that time when G2A said they were going to let you start selling screenshots of your games. That was a horrible week. Oh, and then they were going to let you sell 3D printed models from your games, and every game creator's like, excuse me, that's ours. You can't just sell that. That's not cool.
Copyright.
Yeah. You better believe I'm.
Are you telling me G2A isn't trustworthy?
I'm as shocked as you are.
Ah.
I'm as shocked as you are. Arrow says, I want to go sneaky Gary. Arrow, you go teleport and just type in Viking and it'll find it. And you can just jump on in. Oh, God.
With a hotkey T, as in T.
As in, press T to talk. Press T to talk. Please leave me some reviews in my artist's place. I didn't think this through, I'm sorry. Oh, I hate how much of a grip the club has on me. I've managed to resist for a few weeks now, but after playing this all day, I'm like, kind of fancy a bit of mad anarchy. And then I'm like, Will, no, you don't have to go to the club. You're a grown-ass adult. You can play any video game you want. But then I hear it. Dude, I hear it. It's like the whisper.
So I wonder, so if the solid people are other players, right, like you and me,
Yeah.
what are those, like, particle effects? Are those bots? They don't seem to have player names.
Oh, so, like... So Arrow Griffin's definitely people, but I think...
Like Damien.
I think Damien's just a bot to make it look more...
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that. Just because, like... Oh, no, this gallery is not closed. I did not authorize that. Open this pit up.
So I guess you can make some at least passive income, even if there's not a lot of people visiting. Oh, I like this.
Thank you.
See, you didn't cheap out. You actually got nice looking walls, whereas I got like rusted concrete ones.
Which was... But then you have like the gorgeous upstairs area and like the water maze. I loved how you laid out those two pieces just away from. Because I mean, this is Will's getting arty-farty again, but what it makes you do is go, oh, I found something hidden, this must be important. It procs something in your brain, especially as a gamer, that makes you want to go, oh, what's around here? So, Arrow's saying the bots give you cash, I think. Quite possibly.
Yeah, probably. Because if it's 100% reliant on the player base and... I mean, I don't... It's going to sound really bad, but this doesn't strike me as the most popular game.
I don't think that's unfair to say. Like, as interesting as this is as a concept, like, outside of the discussion and the interaction methods, like, I think if I had logged in to play this by myself, I probably would have farted about for 20 minutes and been like, okay, this was a game.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, okay, you use up the money that you gathered passively from the bots, I guess, and the NPCs, come back like another day, and you're like, oh, I have some cash to spend. I'm going to update my gallery. That's what I assume.
Is it giving me any cool... Oh, those are boobs.
Yeah, but this is nice.
There you go.
I like your little windows.
Thank you. And like, even since I've been young, I've always been obsessed with the idea of, like, what you can do. Wow. I'm just going to buy that because I can have my little weeb corner. I've always been obsessed with the idea of the kind of environments you can create digitally where you don't have to adhere to the laws of either physics or sense, or sometimes taste, which doesn't seem like something to be massively obsessed on, but it kind of feels like. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And let's put this one teeny tiny postcard in the middle of a... Oh, Catro says, are we going Sweeney Todd in the bots? I mean, if poor Takashi bot's never seen again, y'all ain't gonna rat me out. I know that. I know that. None of you is snitches. None of you is snitches. Oh. Wait, what was that? Oh! Okay. So if you hit F8, there's even... So F6, then F8. There's like a...
Oh, it's a photo mode.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's... You could get some crazy stuff with that. I don't have the photographic knowledge to make it look good, but that's crazy good. Yo!
Wow. There's so much.
I mean, I always like to say that anytime you'll hang out with me, I can't promise it's always going to be the best time, but it's always memorable.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the greatest game ever made by any means. And, you know, I will admit all our discussion of Soulsian type stuff really makes me want to go back and play, like, you know, the Surge or Code Vein or something and just go on a nice little cavalcade of violence. But
Yeah.
this is so good. Aperos, this isn't the best game in the world. No, this is just a tribute.
Alright. Well, this was a fun time talking with you again, Will, and hanging out.
Can I just ask you a quick
thanks
favour
for-
before you just skedaddle off? Would you mind holding for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
I'll be back
What's
in just a moment. Just if you wouldn't mind talking to these people, I'll be 2 seconds, good sir.
up? Yeah. Hello, good chat. How are you doing? How are you doing? Never do the barking. Surge 2, surge harder. Right now I'm just moving the camera all around and like looking at the ocean and stuff. The vastness of the skybox. Which it does seem to go on for quite a bit. When
Thank
did I
you,
suddenly get an accent? When I started doing D&D and I learned how to talk like NPCs.
Don't do apples and pears. I've been in this village my whole life. I sell apples. Me dad sell apples. Do you know what we do when we go home? Think about apples. What do you want to know? How to jump? You press B. It's easy. Chrono's saying Surge 2 has been one of their top games of the year. That makes me, well, I don't want to say justified, but that's one of the ones I've been craving to go back to. So, I don't know, would you, after JoCat has skedaddled off for Dungeons and or Dragons, would you friends indulge me a little spree of murderation? But sorry, that is for our lovely viewership to decide. Peros is asking how I buy eels. Eels up inside here, finding electrons where they can. Sorry, JoCat, thank you for chatting with this lot. Someone was banging on the door and I'm like, that is not a thing that should be happening at this hour. Oh, good. Please don't be Fiona locked out.
Yeah, of course. It was fun hanging out, man. And talking about stuff.
That's all good. Bastus was asking what is this rider game you mentioned. Now, I will tell you about that in just a moment.
Yeah. I'm gonna head out now, go get some food.
Yes.
And go ready for my Dungeons and Dragons. Talk to you some other time, man. Goodbye, Will. Goodbye, long ship.
So, JoCat, thank you again for being an exceptional guest. It's so good to just hang out today and just play some games. And this turned out to be awesome. So go.
Yeah.
Goblin
Yes.
well.
Yeah, Goblins.
Goblins! And friends, if you will forgive me the brief break in audio. If by some myriad of chance you hadn't seen JoCat's stuff previously, let me just bring up his YouTube stuff, because if you haven't seen it, it's exceptionally funny. It's exceptionally funny, so you'll be in for a little treat for the rest of the afternoon. And JoCat is also kicks it on the Twitches as well. So being a good friendo, let me pull up their stuff. Yeah, you can all see it. It's happening. There we go. Why is it always with that? So yeah. So there we go, dear friends. What a lovely day. Although I was definitely getting off into the old bantermancy. So yeah, so jumping back in, the Bastards was asking the writers game you mentioned. So the one that we were talking about was a game called Disco Elysium, which is very close to games like Planescape Torment and things like that. Came out very recently. You play a detective looking into a murder, but it's very surreal and very, very writing heavy. I know a lot of people who really love that game, so I personally can't recommend it to you, but a lot of people can. Though there are some really interesting writing games out. Like, you got a package. Ah, you got a package. You just missed JoCat. Oh no! He's gone to go do a dungeon and maybe a dragon. What was I nattering on about? Oh yes, there's some other interesting writing games. We played one which was, where you have to write freeform poetry about dead alien worlds. Like, that was fucking great. How you doing?
I'm good.
It's a good looking hoodie you got there.
I know.
I was wearing mine, but it's too warm. So yeah, so this art game turned out to be fucking great.
Yeah?
Yeah. This is my little gallery. Been working on it a while. These are my little pieces. People come and visit.
Hi guys.
Malkuth Soldier is one of the viewers in, and I think Arrow Griffin was in here as a while, but I think they're working on theirs now. And yeah, so this is my collection. Look, Dag. Oh.
Rivermaster.
Yeah.
River. Have you eaten today?
I have. Oh, I just worked out how we make more cash. Just after JoCat's gone, I've just worked out how we make more money. It's like a box of... so I ate a thing before I started.
What was the thing?
Some toast. I had toast. I ate before hanging out with these lovely folks. That is an improvement on the usual. So Kisa says... Well, they'd used the term queen, and lots of people saying hello.
I saw.
I'm just not going to read that out. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. Doesn't matter. It's not a cult.
Yeah, cult queen, yeah.
It's not a cult.
But it is.
Katros is like, did Fiona just push X to doubt? So yeah.
It's just not enough. Didn't get enough. I'm gonna get you a thing.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So, Caffeine, what ho? Caffeine says, what ho, torturer of the numpty. Try. I mean, you right. So yeah, for the rest of today, I have to admit, I have a real craving to go back to the Surge 2. I found that game really, really fascinating, and in the same way that we were talking a lot about like inferred mechanics earlier, I'd quite like to go back to that and discuss it now I've got to spend some time with it, if you're okay with that. And I know it seems a little bit like whiplash to go from Occupy White Walls to something like the Surge 2, but that would be something I'd like to do. Oh, Katros is going to get
Terminator 300 bonus 30. This should cover a bacon sandwich. Toast is not enough.
I do already have the materials for a sandwich favor, but sincerely thank you. The other thing I will say, and if you'll forgive me being a monstrous shill, but so I do this 5 days a week. This is my full-time operation, and favor yeeting bits at my face to make sure that I eat. That's pretty much the modus operandi that I survive. So yeah, if you like what we do here, want to continue hanging out, you are more than welcome. What I meant to say was I am grateful for any and every bit. So thank you. God, now I just want to like comment. This is a good dog. This is just on every piece of art that I have. So type your comment here. This is a good dog. Post. This is a good dog. So Vanderbeest was asking, does Surge 2 come with a surge protector? And Project was Project XA3 Exia. Project was saying, the surge protector is you. The surge protector was inside you all along. Just hold this wire.
Oh no! Oh no! Me fake furs come down. It looks like a regular chair now.
Yeah, Kisa, it's a dog. It's a dog. Look, that's a painting of a really good dog. Description: this is definitely a dog in a car taken in the year 100. The title of this painting is "This is a dog in a car." It's a good dog. Sorry, I don't know if we covered this earlier, but one of the other quirks of this game is alongside famous works of art, this also includes submitted works. So, oh. Well, I tell you what, friends. Tell you what. So, I am going to, at the behest of Favor and everyone, I am going to get a food thing. Should get some water, you know, should probably not sit down for 3 hours without a break. I'm a little bit bad about that one. So, I am going to take a quick little 2-minute break and then play some Surge 2. We'll keep talking games industry stuff. And let's hang out, friends. I'm having a wonderful day. This game ended up being so much better than I thought it was going to be. I honestly thought it was going to be more like a group experience, like the club and things like that. I thought, oh, Project, and thank you for the follow, yo. I thought this was going to be something like the club where we'd all go to an art exhibition and look at it and be a bit like, ooh, ah, okay, that's either very, very silly or very inappropriate. Cool, next game. But 3 hours have just blinked by. And friends, like, I'm not saying this to be controversial, and I'm not saying this to be antagonistic, but when was the last time...
Who wants to sing?
Yay! Thank you, Fiona! When was the last time you went to a gallery for like 20 minutes and blinked and it was 3 hours later? And the idea that a game can create that, that's feckin' cool. Ooh, no. So, yo, I think that's something genuinely worth celebrating. You know what I mean? Oh, so while I'm on break, do you all want to do some mosh pit sim? If we've got 60 people, if we throw 60 people in a mosh, that could be quite entertaining. Even though it is going to be a very, very jarring change of pace. How do you all feel about that? Oh yeah, Project, it is good music for the discussion as well. It knows... I say it knows. That infers a little too much like randomness. Oh, Project likes watch mosh. Well, some days, if people are feeling particularly excitable, what we do is we have a little mini game where everyone in chat can create like a little character and bundle them all into a mosh pit and bounce around. Yeah. Pop the e-brake, slam us into the pit. Alrighty. So it's just a fun little mini game everyone can play together. Yeah. Right. But, so I'm going to quit the desktop here, because I definitely want it to save what we've done. But I am going to drop a link to this game in again, because it's free, and it's good. And any project that can create something like that is something that's worth celebrating. At least in my opinion. At least in my opinion. But first, and I'll lower this down so I don't blow everyone's eardrums out the back. But first, we'll have a little bit of a bounce around. Things are going to get slightly more energetic here. Reflective says, to the first winner, I'll give a game to. How about Spyro? Thoughts? Reflective, just what kind of link is it? Because I just have to be very, very clear before we start. But yeah. If you want to sponsor that first round, just once I got that clarity, then yo, we can do that. That's no problem. That's no worry. It's a humble monthly gift link. Okay. And Reflective, you should be able to whisper the person directly. So, friends, I'm just going to take a quick teeny tiny break. Reflective has put up a humble monthly gift link for Spyro. So whoever wins this first round is going to get themselves a free video game. So actually, I'm going to put on an extra... Let me put on an extra 30 seconds on the timer, just so everyone's got time to get in. So yeah. For those of you who haven't played this before, the game is simple. When the bot prompts you, all you have to do is type !dance, and the rest is up to your little mosh sonar. Okay? So friends, without further ado, let's party. There we go. Registration is open. Let's make sure this is all doing its thing. Oh! Told you it was a change of pace. I'll be back in a second. Feckin' yes! Congratulations! Alright, one more. Gives me a chance to stuff some pasta into my face. Fiona made me some food! Plus, have you had the Ragtime Mosh yet? Because that's always fecking hilarious when that procs. Oh, but I like this track, so... Alright, bring the thunder, friends. Bring the thunder. Count Fraz, Fiona, bagging loads of people in there. Bring the thunder. Go on, Sadlin, bring the thunder! Malik is saying this is kind of whiplash since I'm still playing Occupy White Walls. That's fair. That's fair. Alrighty. Yeah, thank you all for waiting. Fiona made me a bunch of food, so I'm like, yay, thank you. Poor Malekith Soldier. They're still playing the art gallery game at the same time. Like, yo. Yeah, and Salem, I think that's why I like that particular metal track, is it's very mid-2000s metal. Basilisk said, who was that song by? Let me bring it up, because I got it here somewhere. Oh, of course, there's like... Bear with me just a second. Bear with me just a second. Give me those pokey chill jams while I'm on the hunt. There we go. So yeah, friends. Thank you again for bearing with me for food breaks, and I really do hope that at very least the conversation for Occupy White Walls was interesting. I don't know how interesting the game was to watch, but let me tell you, it was certainly a lot of fun to play and explore, I gotta admit. Cicadoran says, I missed Disco Elysium yesterday, since I'm really interested. What's my impressions of it? Do you want... I guess I'm asking if you want my thoughts and feels on it. They're gonna be different. Yeah. I'm still... Well, I think I'm still working through my feelings of it. I'm still working through my feelings out. Also, people who are asking for that last track, there you go. So... And we are rolling on to the Surge 2. Or is it the Surge 2? Hey, Gil. You just missed JoCat. I don't know if... Yeah, how are you doing, friend? How are you doing? So we spent the morning playing a very, very fascinating game called Occupy White Walls, which is probably best described as like Second Life Sims, but as an art gallery collaborative experience, and was feckin' wonderful. It was feckin' wonderful. We're about to roll on to some exceptional amounts of violence. How's it going with yourself? And yeah, so Kandaran, I'd be happy to talk about it. I'm trying very, very hard not to lapse into just like... I don't want it to sound like I'm dissing on Disco Elysium, because I do also feel that some of the additional elements of how I approached that game and how I played it actively detracted from the experience. So yeah, I'm looking forward to some copious amounts of... Oh, I forgot my bloody cable. Sorry. Bear with me 2 seconds, my friends. 2 seconds. I forgot my bloody cable for my controller, because I'm a feckin' idiot. Why does anyone keep me around again? I have to roll into a limb-cutting game, and I'm like, probably is something I'm going to need for that, isn't there? I'm a fool on a toque. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So yeah, my thoughts and feels on Disco Elysium are probably... They aren't positive right now, but I don't want that to colour Peeps' feels on it, you know what I'm saying? Also, Digi Seahorse, Wato friend, how are you doing? How you doing? We are about to roll into some limb-lopping violence. Even though we spent the entire morning discussing really like artistic intent in games, and it's been a stonking chat. And friends, as I know some of you will probably have to go and do things, I do want to thank you all for what's been a wonderful morning. So, yo. Also this evening, I'm going to be playing Sous Chef. Fiona's going to do a cooking stream later, and I'm going to be like assistant cooking. Stooge says, sometimes limb-popping violence is artistic. It is. Stooge, one of the things we were talking about earlier was, we were using it again as a shorthand, but the different From games and how they use the very feel of the games to infer a different artistic meaning and trying to make you feel things. And so just the TLDR is that in Bloodborne, you are the hunter, you are the monster, and the game encourages you to do that, not just through thematics or through, look, someone saying, look, it's like a movie, look over there, look, that's an art. It encourages you to do things through both the thematics and the mechanics. I agree, that's a very good point. The yeet fish will not be forgotten. I paid for that for a while. The yeetening. I think Asari Greenfire still drops yeet fish in chat. So it's been a really good day. Getting a bunch of new friendos. Had a bunch of wonderful conversations. And I guess because we were discussing it a bit, I'm going to go into the Surge 2 in a sec. I'm just kind of getting everything all cooked and ready. No, not my recent buy, ready to go. But again, if you missed the game from earlier today, it's called Occupy White Walls, and it was just a lovely experience. Right. Let's get this Let's get this limb-popping murder fest underway. Pokey and chill, love you as always. But now is the murder time. Murder time. Murder time. Also got like a cool side thing. I'm trying to beat some weird boss in like a bizarre, like, I don't know what else to call it apart from like some kind of Teletubby mobile. It's very strange, friend. It's very strange. So, Stooge, what's been going down with your good self? How you doing, River? How you doing? You okay? You okay? Can't really see River from there, can you? There we go. There we go. Now the real star of the show's here. Surge 2? Anytime? Anytime now? Stu says, not much. Haven't been feeling very social. That, I mean, happens to the best of us. I have genuinely been enjoying I've genuinely enjoying home life. That is to say, having a home life. So, did go out for burgers on, that's very loud, Focus Home Entertainment. We did go out for burgers on Thursday night with a bunch of people who've all finished Hollow Knight, which was real. That was a lot of fun, and we went real like gin-fueled deep dive into like, you know, you want to talk artistic intent, like I really want to. There's a bunch of that conversation that I really want to regale. But it's not something you can talk about unless you've fully finished Hollow Knight or don't intend to. Because when you start talking about the artistic intent of Hollow Knight as at its end, holy crud, that game allows for so much interpretation. It's brilliant. Alnus was asking, were these burgers at Richard's? For those of you who've never been to Seattle... Oh. What in the what? Banner received. What is happening right now? Why are you so clunky? Why did I start here? Shouldn't I be starting like... Take your head. Should I be starting somewhere else? Right, Chrono says there is free DLC for this game now, by the way. Is it out, or is it coming out? Well, if it's out, I should return back to my Tiny Tony base, and then go and grab that copy of that. So Stooge says, did you see the Hollow Knight boss key? Oh, no, I did not see that yet. Did I get the starfish yet? No. I did not. Stooge says, probably why the clunky, because it was... Oh, we in a bin bag! It was me not paying attention. So Project's saying, I like Surge 1, but I can't get past the Cerberus fight. Is that the first big boss battle? Because what was really interesting about that is that it doesn't really... The Surge doesn't really shine until you've crushed that first boss. Project says, no, it's the human boss fight. In fact, and I don't think I made it that far, which is frankly criminal on my part. Also, just realised I do not remember how to play this. So this is going to be a lovely challenge. But if we pop out a game, I'll get that DLC. We'll get that running. I'll try and work out why it was being a little bit clunky there. The starfish is after the fatty boy boss. Okay. Well, one of the things that people did say a lot about the Surge was that... Sorry, excuse me, stuff in my face. One thing that people did say a lot about the Surge was that it has a massive kind of like skill bump. And it's happened more than once as a way to like progress you through the game. Which I'm not against. Like, that's a valid tactic. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So, I've got the Future Shock Weapons Pack. When did this come out? That came out a while ago. File that on under. Interesting. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? So what Project was saying, so it's a human boss fight, 4th 1 security captain, super heavy attacks, immune phase with more than the first boss to fight. Hilarious though, as you can knock him over with your drone tackle. I mean, that's just the ceaseless discharge of people, am I right? Which is a turn of phrase I think I'd say out loud. Ah! I'm eating!
The thingy.
What thingy? I'm gonna guess Gerblins. Also, Isocred wanted me to remind you of the yeetening. Ooh, why do you like this? Alright, there we go. So, okay, for those of you that have played both the Surge and the Surge 2, continuing on from our conversations earlier, how would you say that, what kind of story is the Surge trying to tell, and how does its mechanics reinforce that? So the things that it does exceptionally well are the dismemberment system, and its core kind of both your equipment and weapons, the leveling system around those, do very, very well. Oh, God. Now I must remember how to play this game. I also picked up this cool looking like vibrating quickside, which was a lot of fun. But so far, it's all about the spear, you know what I'm saying? And taking legs. Don't eat yourself off into oblivion. You weigh a ton. So Faye was adding the Surge 2 is much darker than the first game. Well, thematically it's much darker. Sorry, I guess for a bit of framing if you haven't encountered the Surge 1 or 2. So in the first game, due to stuff and things, everyone who's had this kind of like prosthetic armor installed on their person ends up becoming infected like a virus. The people die, but the suits keep going. That would be the shorthand way to explain it without spoiling too much. With the second one, everyone that we're fighting against is a conscious and awake person. The area that we're in, the city, has been quarantine lockdown due to a spreading nanovirus. But it also means when I beat the crud out of these guys, these aren't just corpses inside power armor. These are thinking, rational people. So, yeah, darker. Sir, do you mind, sir? Sir! Jaren says, rational? Well, some of them. Not sure all of them. Point. Slowly learning how to bank all the items and get stuff done. I mean, so far from where we've gotten into this game, the visceral nature of this game is lent very well. River's just making a nest now. Sorry. I wanted to read Kandaran's question proper, and I was chewing on a bit of pita bread. Because Kandaran says, when you talk about story and how it connects to mechanics, do you mean if it is a lot of ludonarrative dissonance, or are you aiming at more philosophical level of story being told, like, at an... okay, I can't pronounce that word, but I know what you mean. I guess I'm looking to see if anyone has any observations of either. Now, this game as absolutely does not suffer from ludonarrative dissonance. From the get-go, you kill it. It makes no pretense of that. That's okay. And Favor, that is a good point to make, because we're not just playing the protagonist we played from the first one, who had a very, very small commentary at the beginning about our expectations of game characters. I hope you'll forgive me this spoiler then for the beginning of the Surge 1, as it's before character creation. You go on this long Half-Life 1 inspired train ride where you hear about the company you're going to work for, you hear about the great sciences they're doing and how they're going to take mankind to the stars and cure our ills. And this guy is your standard, like, default import from Unreal protag. White dude, buzz haircut, little bit hench, kind of sitting and watching. And so, in your heart of hearts, you're like, oh good, another, boring default character, oh joy. But then, as the train ride comes to a stop, we've been observing this all from over his shoulder, and instead of him standing up to get off the train, he wheels out. Dude's in a wheelchair. So it does a really good job in that first brief moment of subverting our expectation, and I still really respect that. Because of who he is, we just expect him to be this fully superhuman, able-bodied protag. And I thought that was real clever. I will also say, friends, that the beginning of the Surge 1 has one cutscene with some of the grimmest body horror I've seen in a long time. Chrono says, just look at the board screen, you can see the tonal difference. Very true. And Cryo sticks with the, I have one. Since we're cleaving these people in two, is this Surge 2 mankind divided? That's a sci-fi video games joke. Hey, Jack's Gulch. What ho, friends? How are you doing? Yeah. And honest, that's actually a really good way of looking at it. The juxtaposition at the beginning between Warren's whole power fantasy thing of He's in a wheelchair, and he's getting power armor. Like, this should be like your feckin' Iron Man moment, but it ends up being this horrific body horror. Often looks... I mean, if you wanted to get arty-farty about it, you could discuss how that opening scene in The Surge 1 is a commentary on how we think these things are and what they actually are. Just, his was minus anesthesia. Peros is like, I get it! Sorry. I wanted to smash that metaphor a few more times for the people in the back. Canaran's adding, a short analysis of the first game makes it seem like an allegory for things in climate change, how the hubris in front of larger issues is ignored because of profits. You have to use whatever resources left to navigate through what remains. With that said, I never finished the game, so I might recall a different story. I also have to put my hand up and say I never finished The Surge 1. And I'd be interested to know if they revisited any of those themes about empowerment, about topical. Now, with this one, I'm out the starting gate, but I feel like I'm still in Babu waters. Like, I'm not even at Andalondo, you know what I'm saying? Favor, you're right. That is something that's that is discussed through audio logs. Jack Sculch, I'll have a look into that. So I don't want to jump on that conversation topic without knowing it, but that's an interesting thing, and I'll have a look into it. So thanks for mentioning. And Aperos, that's a good... Aperos is mentioning that this, like, black and white hold screen has given them, like, real, Testudo the Iron Man. God, there's a film I haven't thought about in a long time. Project's asking, would you say that the reveal with Warren at the start is similar to the reveal in the cinematic quests in Warframe? In terms of using our expectations and then subverting them, I would agree. In terms of... Where did I drop off and get myself killed? Oh, I was there, right? In terms of impact, I wouldn't quite say as much, but I think that might be because, you know, I would, yeah, I don't want to go too much into that one project because I know Caffeine for one will kick my ass if I drop massive Warframe spoilers in chat. Deservedly so, I may say, but... Oh yeah, and just Aperos was just mentioning, but like if you hadn't heard of that particular film, it's an old, I want to say, like mid-80s combination of stop motion and black and white horror about a dude who develops these kind of like biomechanical powers. Malu says, now I'm broke playing on White Walls. This probably isn't going to help you, Malu, but I realized most of your pay, as it comes in, sits on your desk inside your gallery, so you actually have to physically go and pick up your paycheck. Please forgive the crunch. And Who was making that point? Favor was saying that Warren isn't just our atypical kind of... Woo! Isn't our atypical just standard issue protagonist by the end of it. But it does use, at least I feel that it uses our expectation of that to tell a very interesting story. Aperos with, you know nothing of the crunch. You did no day trip to the crunch. I was... How are you not dead? Thank you. God, what does it take to do a murder these days, am I right? Some of us are going to the crunch a little bit sooner. This is an outrage! My navigational skills are second to none! Tony Harris. So, Favor, I'm not saying I disagree. Because yeah, Favor, you're right. Like, I'm discussing this from a point of ignorance when it comes to narrative, because to talk about this character and their agency, you know, this was our custom character. Warren, we get given to. We made this character. We chose their backstory. We chose their gear. They were on that plane when it went down. We know that. But to say how the game puts us in the world at this point would be like trying to review the whole game before it had dropped. Also, someone was asking about Disco Elysium. If you're going to play Disco Elysium, my advice is treat it like a very silly game and expect that you're going to restart multiple times. That would be Will's advice. If anyone tells you have to play it seriously, just ignore them. Which is what I should have done. Oh. Don't think so. Edge mine. Perio says, have you fought man in a Tide Pod? No, that's what I'm currently stuck on. So that's what I'm currently doing battle with. So Kandaran's got a very good point. And we can't really go too much into it without spoiling it, but I think it's something that's always worth discussing, that, like, character creation is meant to be more a reflection of the player. I personally feel that if you are designing a game that is going to let the player have custom character creation, that you should consider that character to be an avatar of the player. That's my humble opinion. But again, we don't know enough about the Surge 2 to know where this is taking it. Then... Stooge is like, every game must be played seriously. Seriously in the fashion that best suits the story and quality of the game. And it just splash cuts to me being deadpan po-face, wearing like a honking nose, playing Day of the Tentacle, and being like, yes, this is art. Oh, Project says, why staff over twin rigged? Distance. Just distance. I don't mind the, I'll turn the lights on. I also quite enjoy this one. But it's great for wrecking characters, but for Tide Pod, I've had more luck with range. He says, about to go in and get his ass kicked. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Alright. Yeah, I'm just gonna put my banner right there. Right by the door. The old Will Subversive Special. Alright. Let's do this. Ow! I deserve that. Got greedy. Got greedy. Alright, that's one. Yeah, I remember this in the Matrix as well.
Terminator 100 bonus 20 dance for me, cowboy.
I'll try, I'll try. Look at me being all concentrated. Vomiting mines. This is gross. It's the real Soviet bear. How you doing, friend? We were getting all arty-farty earlier in the day, but now we're playing this. So I'll be with all of you and you lovely raider selves in just a moment. So, if my... Ow. Ow. Oh. Ow. My face. Oh, good. More mines. So, real Soviet bear. Do bear with me, dear friend. I will be with you in just a second. Because we've been up to all sorts of mischief today. feckin' landmines. Oh, good. I was just wondering when we'd get more landmines. Yes! Fucking yes! Yes!
It's over, isn't it? Shame it had to
Oh!
You did good out there. Real good.
Boosh!
Meet me by the harbor gate. There's something I want you to know.
Yeah, take that, you robotic crab bad word. As I call it, crab word. That only took far too long. Okay, so you can now open magnetically sealed doors. That's lovely. And did we get ourselves a new tasty weapon? I think we did. Twin Johnny's forceps. Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's no. That's a lot of no. What if we filed that very much largely under? Oh hell no. I think I think that's the maneuver. Oh good! Look, it's bits of his torso. Oh, I wondered where those were. How about no? Whoa! So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions who came over from real Soviet Bears crew, what and welcome! If we have not met, my name is Will. I worked in the games industry for like 10 years, and I know Soviet via my buddy Christian, unless I'm having some strange breakdown and I'm remembering different people in different places, which has happened before. Today we played a game called Occupy White Walls. Let's have a little listen to that.
Mother, I'm in charge here, and I know what I'm doing. You should trust me for once and leave this to me.
The invaders were defeated, so the drug's purpose is done. We must reunite. You're not a drug lord, you're my son. An heir to the Holy Spark. If you stay on this path, even I will be able to save you from yourself.
Yes, Mother. You're right, Mother.
End the distribution of blue sparkle today, and leave these souls back to me.
Of course, Mother. I'll tell them. Thank you for your counsel.
May the spark bless you, Jonathan. I'll see you in the cathedral.
I got goodies! So yeah, so to those that did come over from real Soviet Bears crew, what were you lot up to today? Because, yeah, we played Occupy White Walls, which was an MMO-scale art gallery game where you basically, like, sims it up building your own art gallery. It was a lot better than we were anticipating. I was playing it with JoCat, who is a good buddy of mine. Then, because we were talking a lot about artistic intent in games, we talked a lot about Bloodborne, we talked a lot about the Soul series, and then we got talking about the Surge and, you know, how does the Surge infer its ideas through its mechanics and narrative? And so now I am cutting people limb from limb asunder with a glaive. How are you? Ha. A project I did. So back in the day, I was responsible for making Extra History happen. So I was the guy at Creative Assembly who reached out, organised that, and got CA to pay for the first initial of Extra History. And then I ran their Twitch channel for like 4 months. I mean, geez, I'm friends with the ones that survived a whole bunch. And I worked with them for 4 months before that whole dumpster fire came out. So, yeah. Like, I was hanging out with Daniel Floyd on Monday night talking Hollow Knight, which was lovely. Like, oh, another audio log.
Hello? Can anyone hear? My name is Athena Gutenberg. I don't know where I am. Some kind of warehouse, I guess. Please, get me out of here. I'm scared.
This is AID response. We've picked up your location. Hang in there, Athena. We'll be with you soon.
Oh, I know where this is. Oh, Ice Cream, did you not know that? I guess we never really spoke about that. Yeah, that's my wee contribution. Wait. Oh, there we go. That took far too many attempts. No! Gee, those things like the WUMs of this universe just come out of nowhere and blow my shit all up. And another audio log. Wow, they are front-loading these ones.
Guard! Where's my sweet, scrumptious April?
We can't find her, sir. She, seems to have fled your most glorious bachelor pad.
But why? Have I not showered her with everything she needs? I even left her a crate of Chardonnay.
Well, she's become a true believer, sir. Always talks about her faith. My guess is she headed straight to the cathedral.
Well, make sure she doesn't get there. Nobody can ever know her. Especially not Mom.
Don't worry, she won't get far.
That was a bad idea. I just did a bad. Alnus is like, sounds like we're going to decimate. As in, turn into 10 pieces. And who was it I was talking about decimation with the other day? Can we talk to this guy? Sorry about that. But yeah, what I will say, Project, is that for all the bad that ended up happening, if it hadn't been like such a turgid dumpster fire, then I wouldn't have found you lot. So that's how I choose to look at it. I know, okay, not you directly, Project, but like since God, I've been doing this full time now for well over a year. And this has been my full-time profession for a year and a bit now. Like, while the before times were feckin' hard when it all exploded, right now, I get to spend 5 days a week talking about video games, talking about what they mean and what's important about them, talking about if you ever want to make a video game, I can help you. Like, marketing, community, PR, all that nonsense. I've done that dance, and I'm always happy to just talk that knowledge through. Because it makes me feel more connected, and less like I've completely fallen off the face of the earth. And I know for a lot of, like, especially early indie devs, there just isn't that level of resource. At least not to the rate that any of us want there to be. So, yeah. I try and help where I can, you know what I mean? Still not comfortable with the whole forceps thing. Robin's like, you wouldn't have met me! Finger guns. Robin. You are a wonderful person, and just like the rest of the crew, I'm very happy to know you, alright? It's not a cult, Bear Toast! Oh my word. This is how people end up in trouble. There'd be no Thick McRunfast. Like, it makes me sad that one person was able to destroy so much. That makes me sad. But, yeah, there'd be no... Without it, there'd be no Thick... I wouldn't know Stooge and Strager. I know Stooge and Strager from way back. One of the extra credits PAX parties was a escape room game, and we were on the same table. Because I was just doing, like, you know, playframe stuff with Floydo, and that was cool. Bear Toast's like Batman. Shows up, makes a cult reference, leaves. Like, I am the knight. Yeah, the 2015 PAX party. And the fact that 2015 is now 5 years ago, or soon to be 5 years ago, makes me very, very... Yeah, Bear Toast, I wouldn't change it. So yeah. Yeah, we wouldn't have been playing Subnautica. We certainly wouldn't have had Kerry playing Celeste. Like... we wouldn't have Maflam for Flam. Just pops up like, ooh. Yeah, you get some in there. And, you know, I am... How do we get more? Right, you can have one. I'd be no wums. So yeah, it doesn't hurt as bad as it used to. And sometimes it still gets to me. You know, these things do happen. But... Yeah. Oh, J-Post!
Terminator 1000 bonus 101.
It's like they can smell blood in the water, but it's my feelings. J-Post, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Yeah. I've been trying to write and have been failing to write a thank you letter to everybody. Especially last couple of weeks. I believe it was, I want to say, was it last week or the week before? I think it was the week before. Where you lot on 2 days went ridiculous. And we're talking like red bit levels of ridiculous. And reduced me to tears multiple times. Because it still gets to me. And I've been trying to sit down and write a thank you letter. And I've been failing. I've got like 12 drafts. And I tried writing it with the use of whimsy. I tried writing it. It didn't feel right because, like, I guess for people who have just met me, like, after that all exploded, like, I ended up on my mate's sofa, like, at the same time as, you know, my personal life detonated. That's on me. Like, that's a story for another day. But at the same time as that was going down, like, and then I got yeeted into the sun. Like, I ended up with nothing to my name on my mate's sofa down the road. And he was like, well, I work a day job. Just use my PC during the day. Keep streaming. Thor from Go Pirate Software was like, you are going to stream on this day because I'm going to raid you and you will be ready. And he kicked my ass into doing it. And it feckin' worked. Like, I look around and I have a home and I have friends and I have a life. I have a job. I gained you lot through some serious firestorms and you all kept me alive, so...
Oh look, I found this button that shows some of how far you've come.
13 months of it. 13 months to tier 2 as well, Jax. Holy crud. Jax, thank you. Yeah, and Cryostix, that's a good philosophy. What Cryostix is saying is that the way they look at it, one person might have done a lot of bad to too many individuals, but they couldn't undo the good philosophies and thoughts and perspectives that EC brought out of the large masses of people. From his bad deeds rose multiple people who now get fulfilling. I mean, I would say that if you ever met Soraya or Floydo proper, like, that was what made it happen. Soraya, Floydo, Dan Jones, freaking Lil, Carrie, Echo, like, that whole fam. Because the thing you have to understand is, behind the scenes, even before we knew things were bad, it was always like a tight-knit fam, and then Shitbones over there, just by himself. And there was always that disconnect. And, yeah. That core group of people was still friends. We still talk. At TSCTH, I would love to. I need to get them back on. I'll blep at them. Of course, you know, they work during the day like regular humans. But yeah. I haven't found the words to say a proper thank you to everyone. And I'm working on it. Oh, piss off, Moose! Moose is like, I see I showed up just in time for Feels! Yeah. So. I guess what I'm saying is, for all that it was, this is ours now, and I'm real happy. Miyaki says I still have to watch season 2 finale of Battle of the Dans. Yeah, that's where Lilia's best Dan came from, which still cracks me up. Dan by like a Dan champion, Dan by proxy. The only thing that I guess I'm still... the only thing that I'm sad about is that, like, Soraya and everybody had this dream that we were gonna work and that EC was gonna grow and we were all end up gonna get in, like, an office, or maybe we were all gonna get, like, a bunch of cute little apartments near each other and have kind of like this little, like, sitcom production thing going, and yeah. Favor, I'm gonna move off the topic now because I don't want people to think that I'm fishing for stuff, and it's a long old story. But I don't mind talking about it. I think I'll put a pin in. And Project, the sad thing is that I think that news you were talking about, I think it's just a PR move. Like, by my understanding, he still owns the company, Extra Credits. So, like, any money it makes still goes to him. So it's like, it's just a PR move because, yeah, a lot of people have been very vocal about how bad of a person he's been. And, yeah, it's easy to hide behind a brand, but, you know, it doesn't erase the good that a lot of people have done. River's here. Like, that person just knows when they're needed. Right. The TLDR. I'm very happy you all have stuck with me on this crazy-ass journey. I ain't going anywhere. We're definitely going to do a whole bunch of murders in this game, so let's keep going. Jack Scott says, River Song. Yup. Full name. Yeah, back to dismembering things! Jack Scott's just made the connection. Good work, Batman. Ooh, hang on a sec. Cool. Ooh. tissue hardening injection. That sounds uncomfortable. That sounds like something that I'd probably have to see somebody about, you know what I'm saying? And Banu says, murder always makes me feel better. Always. Miyaki Sakura says, the question is getting the try-down in the same spot. It is still viable. We haven't succeeded by my knowledge. Because, like, Emmons was down for PAX, but then DJ was down early in the year. If you haven't seen the new play frames, they did a... Who the piss are you?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Mate, I nearly killed you!
Now let me show you how grateful I am.
He's gonna fight me.
You did an amazing job back there. Now no one stands in my way. I can finally do whatever I please. Funny how these things go, isn't it? No one would accept me killing my brother. But if I kill his murderer, I'll be a hero. Such a pity you won't be alive to learn from your fatal era of judgment.
Wow, your combos are bullshit. Wow, I can't interrupt him. That's... Oh, I'm still learning his combos. I'm taking that arm, though. Hey, how's that poison taste? Oh, I got cocky. That is death. Ooh. Ah, we in a bin bag! That was nearly first time every time. Oh. Oh, Kandaran, that's super lovely. Kandaran was saying that Playframe's their go-to YouTube channel, like, all day. I find it relaxing and chill, and I usually watch it while cooling down. Like, I don't watch as much of it as I used to. But, like, Playframe, watching, like, Floydo and Dan and peeps, like, going through stuff, like, that used to be my go-to when I was, like, working on emails and stuff. Like, I just sit... Alright, so I need to murder you so I can unlock. Sorry, I need the battery power. Which you did not generate a lot. Be frank, sir, I was expecting more. Faber says I like his hammer and I use it to farm body parts. Lovely, lovely. If your murder lasts longer than 4 hours, consult your doctor. Yeah, this one's having a little power nap. I absolutely wasn't saying adorable stuff.
Not at all.
No, and no one can prove it. Not even with science!
My poor, benighted children. It is I, Celeste.
I'm pretty sure I can do this, but a little bit of extra murder. definitely take a few extra batteries. Harmonious Watto friend with the power of science. So yeah, especially the Stardew Valley runs and Celeste and stuff like that. Like, not that any of you need me to tell you, but Gary is an absolute treasure and just absolutely brightens up an otherwise incredibly crappy day. My other one for go-to is like the Sonic Adventure playthrough from Game Grumps. Like, just the Froggy episodes. I don't know what it is about them. They just do not fail to have me just laughing to the point of crying. You gotta do the whole episode. You can't just watch like the little snippets of Aaron losing his stuff to Froggy, but yeah.
You drove them from our home and defended our crew. But the combat drug were only a means to an end.
So fucking weird. Alright, I guess we gotta try and do this with just one. I got the skills. Yeah, Prolo, we're just Froggy! I'm stick it in his eyeball! Salen says, I'll be swearing my allegiance to a desert bus ship for the first time this year. Ooh! Which shift, Salen? Because I'll, if it's, you know, when we're done, we'll absolutely throw a raid in there. We can show up and be like, represent! Jay Post's asking, what is the cyber religion of this game about? It's following something called the Spark, which I think is both the metaphorical spark of, you know, humanity and technology, but also this, like, blob of super science. Oh! Malekith Soldier? Hell no, this is a great question. Oh, also, Pun Spectre. Watto friends! So, Malekith says, feel free to ignore this if this would be too much of a tangent, but what elements would you want to see in a story with themes about right of rulership, duty versus hedonism? Oh, well, my go-to for this discussion is usually to start with, yeah, Project Nanomachine, son, is to start with not what Fable 3 was, but a lot of Fable 3's philosophies. The idea of your intent versus reality. So far, I haven't found too many games that have actually made me use substances or indulge in side stuff. So, like, I haven't found too many games that have given a really good mechanic as to why you'd want to go off and bang. Sometimes that's usually, like, detraction away from the game. And aside from, okay, like Mass Effect, it's kind of like a part of a narrative if you're romancing, but it's not the reward. And for other games, they present drugs that give you temporary boosts, but I never see anyone apart from speedrunners use them. No joke intended. Salen says Alpha Flight is Kathleen DeVere, Andrew Ferguson, Jacob, and Kerry. Oh, hells yeah! Noon to 6 p.m. And that's on Friday, right? What have I got on Friday? Nothing special. Right. So we'll definitely load a raid in, because, like, I know that whole crew.
Not bad. Not bad at all. I watched the whole performance. Now let me show you how grateful I am.
Oh! I'm sorry, Mr. Gets way more... Oh, I was too quick on the draw there. Actually, quick question to those who have played a lot of this. The element type that I'm hitting him with, what does that actually do? Fucking Isocrid with that. It makes him dead, I believe. It made me dead! Piss! Isocrit casts Distract. It's very effective. Alright, so join back in. Hey Shiv says, okay, back from the gym. How is Spark Souls? Gonna get it? Did you get it? No, I think it might have passed me over. Harmonious says Playframe is easily among my favorite YouTube channels. SideQuest was actually my first experience with Dark Souls. Yeah. And, like, I feel like I want more games in the Souls series for Floyd and DJ to tear into. Then... be holding the stick the right end. Salen says they'll change the way the driver shifts work this year and have crews that will be handling driving coast shift steering as a team. Okay. Malkulith, I'll eventually get that username right, I promise. Malkulith saying, for further details about my early request, I'm writing a tabletop campaign that's based loosely off the Sengoku Jidai period of Japan. Not too bogged down in historical details, but that kind of thematics. Oh, so very much about, you know, I take your castle, it's my castle. It's very much about, alright, it's time for the New Lords. It's New Lords time. I'm probably supposed to be getting this guy with my feckin'...
Not bad. Not bad at all. I watched the whole performance. Now let me show you how grateful I am.
Oh, that's a new one. Here we go. People are starting to think I know what I'm doing.
I can't allow a rat like you to run free.
This is very difficult, friends. I apologise, this is kind of killing conversation. I'm having a great time with it, but... Head's gone.
Who wants to sing?
Who is that? Edster, feckin' thank you. I will be with you in just a moment. Cheers for the army! I only took 2 tries.
Don't let her get away. She's our best
best chance for a cure. You're not going anywhere. Die, infidels!
That's just rude. I made a box out of that guy. Like, there's a mimic if ever I saw one. Ooh. Decharge regenerator. Interesting. I'll get me one of those. Thank you. And a full battery. I'll take one of those as well. Okie dokie. So, to the Edster, thank you kindly for throwing us a host there. I hope things are going well with yourself. Today has been a wonderful little day, and we're still going. Earlier on today, we played a free online multiplayer, I don't know, like Sims Second Life meets art gallery game called Occupy White Walls, which I initially thought was going to be either very, very silly or very kind of mimetic. But it ended up being really good. JoCat was on. I don't know if you know JoCat. They did like the crap guide to D&D in that series, and it's very good. Actually, before I continue into plot headlong, let's have a look at this new toy we got. The Hammer of Forced Conversion. For a second there, I thought it said the Hammer of Forced Conversation, which I guess would have been equally good. That's pretty good. So back on McCoolith's concept. So they're working on a tabletop system, tabletop story based loosely on Sengoku Jidai Japan, and they're saying even the gods work off this idea of rulership and domain. I've decided, so for the sake of argument, if the sun god of their fictional Japan equivocant were to be killed, the skies would darken over the land until another god filled the role. Interesting. And that adds us an additional kind of duality for... where was my tiny brain going to go? Right on. Oh yeah, my brain was going to add a tiny little duality of that, which is that it's the idea that even deities are in service of something, you know what I mean? So even the deities are in service of the jobs they must perform. You know, the sun god must do their work, otherwise it don't happen. So it's less them lording their all-powerful super skills over everyone else, and more about, wait, why does that bin have a smiley face? And that bin has, okay. Get you a bin that does both, I suppose. And I think there's an interesting additional angle there. And if you have a core set of rules in mind for how deities work, how the powers of that world work, and how they come together, that does allow you to set a precedence. Because, I mean, the thing that makes D&D and stuff like that so powerful is its freeform nature.
I haven't seen Brother Eli in a while. I hope nothing's happened to him.
I say, picking pieces of Eli off me. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. He walked past me, said he'd going to clear his head. So he'll be out for a while. He said not to look for him. He's fine.
My favorite regular. How can I help you today?
Molly, I killed all your other regulars.
Thank you again.
Alright, so... Alright, you can't ask me not to buy shades. Like, I'm not a complete monster. So, full set bonus counts towards all other set bonuses. Done. Yes, please. See, that's part of the angel set. And, I don't know, the SWAT gear tanky set's not my jam. You're my favorite customer. Everyone else is dead. I killed your other regulars. Thank you again. I mean, she's still... Excuse me, what? There's a backwards cap? I'm sorry, if anyone needs me, I will be living my 90s boy band dream. It's like, you better not keep giving us stuff. Let's go have a look around, talk to some people. Alright, so this lot, they're going out on a big old hunt. You look like you're about to get into mischief.
Well, well. If it isn't our new arrival. Heard you done in those preacher brothers. You've made a lot of enemies in no time at all, so I'll only say this once. Us hunters don't like competition. Stay out of our business, kiddo. We've got the monster hunt at Gideon's Rock covered. If you intrude on our turf, you're on your...
So, hunters, who are you guys? What's the monster hunt? Who's they? What's an aluminum falcon?
My guys are a ragtag bunch of fighters from all around Jericho. I'm the one running this whole shit. Got a contract to hunt down some crazy abomination at Gideon's Rock. And we'll finish it. No questions asked. If I were you, I wouldn't cross a single hunter out there. And that includes myself. Just FYI.
I love that as soon as someone said Monster Hunter, both Isocrid and Alnus were like, Vic, wait! I can almost see Isocrid picking up like a charge axe, but like with a quizzical look like, are we doing this? Where? What monster hunt?
Like
what?
You haven't heard about it. Everyone's talking about the damn creature. Some sort of nanite mutant is loose in Jericho. It's laid waste to a prison and killed a load of people downtown. Now it's retreated to Gideon's Rock. Bad move, if you ask me. And some old soups put a bounty on the thing's brain. And we'll claim it. Nobody's gonna get in our way. Not the children of the Spark. Not the AID. And definitely not you.
50p so she doesn't make it to the end of the game.
I'll be keeping an eye on you.
Got the Cloud9 bar to find out more about the nanite monster. This game does need more cats. Cats in power armor. Definitely need cats in power armor. So, oh.
Are you insane? Brother Eli will have your head on a platter for breaking into his chapel.
He won't be a problem anymore. I killed him.
You did what? You have no idea what havoc you've unleashed. I'll lay low until this
Havoc
blows over.
schmavoc.
You should do the same. There's a whole network of decommissioned tunnels just below the city. Nobody will find you there.
Isocrid says someone's Mrs. Gadarobo. Oh, that game was so good. And it was... I respect that it didn't try and bloat itself... Oh, excuse me. I respect it didn't try and bloat itself beyond, you know what I mean?
Seriously. Not cool. I mean, what would you say if I just marched into your workplace and stole everything that's not nailed down? This was a token of our love.
I'm still not sorry.
Yeah, you touch it,
I'm still not sorry. Credo Industrial Magnet pulls target towards the combat drone. Could be handy. So the adapter. Molotov cocktail. Okay, so okay, Molotovs and grenades are consumables, not like these guys. Okay. So, because I always need more of that. Give us a few more. How much are you? Well, now you're too much. Oh, wait, no, you are way too much. Not today, Satan. J post with, I heard cats in power armor, where do I buy them? Just remember, if you are an owner of cats, please arm your cats responsibly. You could be the reason we're under siege. Yeah, they're adorable and fluffy now, but let's get that a play.
Hey, it's April. I've been meaning to call for a while, but you know how it is. I just want you to know I'm okay. I've met someone else. That's just the way it is. Please forget about me and go live your life.
Narrator's voice. Spoiler, he did not go and live his life.
Good job. Smells like you found another audio log. Welcome back, killer. You have murdered 2 of Jericho's most notorious leaders. I would get in touch with my notary if I were you. So, how about sharing some information?
Hey, Aaron Hawaii, what, old friend? How you doing? Why are you helping me?
Nothing in this world is free. By accepting my help, you've already agreed to my terms of service. I'll give you all the information I have and sell everything I know about you to the highest bidder. It's a fair deal. Agreed?
What's going on in Jericho?
1 second. I'll check my database.
So, Aaron, how is things going with your good
What
self?
you did to Brother Eli. Every last gritty detail. Shame you don't do interviews. This story would sell like hotcakes. Not that there are any hotcakes left to sell in Jericho. Believe me, I know.
JPO. Facebook is still alive and well in the future, but it's one face. Also to Malakath, Makulith Feck, however I pronounce it. The thing that I would...
I will only say this once.
I'm sure you're...
Is Keymaker. You'll know when to use it.
Password is Keymaker. I forget what we're doing now. Quests, where the progress, Cloud9, find more of the mutant, find out what happened to Athena, bring audio logs to Mr. Scrappy, meet Benjamin at the evacuation camp, did that one, did that one, did that one. Okay, so I'm heading to Cloud9 next. So, Malkulith, I'm sure you're in a myriad of different discords, but Baron Sheep, who was in earlier, is a very, very, very good dungeon master. And if anyone could give advice or pointers on how to make that pop, he would be the person I'd recommend. Because thematically, it all sounds great, but as we all know, much like, you know, video game creation, D&D campaigns, it's about as much the execution as the concept. And that's something that I'm just not good enough to help with. I can tell you stories of great quests, of great campaigns I've been in and how they've affected me, but how you go about crafting that, like, that's a whole nother skill set. Aaron Hawaii, how you doing? Yeah, you got tiny shades, and the little friendo, he's all like, ee. How you doing? Alan says, have they said that password before? Keymaker? I wasn't paying attention. I probably should have, shouldn't I? That would have been smart. I can now spray tea bags. I can now spray tea bags on everything. This is amazing. So now we've got to work out where in the bloody hell to go. I'm pretty sure there was a map down here, right?
Brother Eli's killing him. I saw it.
Killed him in cold blood.
Okie dokie. Ooh, more audio logs.
Soon I will
What's
bring
cooking?
about a new
What's
age
cooking?
of harmony between
Nothing
man
yet, because you haven't started cooking.
A new era,
Ah,
a new
it's some
dawn.
funny.
Such a shame about dear Jonathan. But sometimes one
How you
just has
doing?
to be pragmatic. No matter how much it... I have big things to accomplish, and I can't afford anyone to leave anything that may tie me to little Johnny's unfortunate demise. I'm sorry for what he became. Sorry for the shame he brought upon us. Sometimes I even feel sorry for using a pawn to get him out of
Just
the
looking, because I can't read, so I have to like squeeze in. All right, what's going on?
Not too much. We're on a monster hunt.
Whoa.
As a big creature built of nanomachines.
Whoa.
And we're going to stab it because apparently that's how you beat tiny millions and millions of tiny robots. Alright, well, I think they make it pretty clear where we've got to go, so let's not keep the rest of the world waiting. I'm gonna go to Cloud9 bar. Do you want me to get you like a wine or something? Do you want to? I'm gonna get a pint. Do you want something from Cloud9? Maybe just a shot, like it's like a little. No. TSCTH, you're a terror. If you can guess what they said. Right? Here we go, in the Magna lift. Ow! Piss! That's not cool.
Hey, partner, remember me? We met downstairs outside the clink. You are the talk of the town these days. Maybe we should work together. If you're interested, find me under the bridge of the canal. I'll be waiting.
Find your face under the other face. I'm sorry, I didn't have a good line for that one. Get a shot at him. Oh, I did not mean to do that. It's not a cult. I'm standing by this. Sorry, friends. I've been terrible for introducing people today. I think it's just been like flitting between all the good art chats and stuff that's going on. So Aaron Hawaii joined us this evening. Good buddy of mine, who was a Seattleite, which is where I ended up becoming friends with them. They work for chess.com. So they run their kind of, well, they help run the streaming operation and they stream chess themselves. So, yeah. I remember to do the thing where I introduce my friends rather than just talking non-stop nonsense. And the thematics and stuff like that are really interesting. And I want to make sure that for something like this, you're getting more feedback than just, yeah, I know. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, right. Okay, we'll do that. How about that then? Where's me map? Where's me map? Log inventory. It's got to be here somewhere. The hell are you? Well, you look like a big old pile of trouble.
Damage detected.
Cool. I got laser. Oh, taser grips. I thought I said laser grips. Damn. Laser grips are way cooler. TSTTH. It's not a cult, indeed. It's not a cult.
Yes.
It's not. Now you're back. Feckin' terror. Feckin' terror. I'm sorry. You're being adorable with the dog in the background. I am trying to save the city from a nanomachine outbreak using only my spear. I feel it's not Yakult. Perios, it is not Yakult either. Got me with that 3 times during Age of Wonders. It's not a cult, it's Yakult. It's not a cult. Projects like that is adorable. Adorable. This is serious business here. I am trying to use my power armor to save the day because of reasons? Am I saving a little girl? I seem to be killing a lot of people, so I'm not actually sure I'm... No, I'm the bad guy in this. No, please continue. I'm just doing murder. Work, work. Say which bridge.
Goddamn AID goon said I caught the virus.
Yeah.
Bit of advice, cause I even know a secret. I mean,
okay, I thought we might be able to help him out.
Easy for you to say.
Favor says, if it walks like a cult and talks like a cult and looks like a cult, it's not a cult. It's not a cult. Although J-Post, my Noiter addiction is strong. So, like, that's... You'll notice I'm not joking about that. Yeah. Under the bridge. Is it this bridge? It looks like it's full of toxic waste and death. Feck it, why not? I'm sure this is entirely the wrong bridge and all. TSCTH, but it's not a cult. Wink! Ah, so this is a revenge enemy. Someone else in the world got killed by this person. I'm about to get revengeance. Woo! Yo! Almost nobody found my little friend. Nice. And you will all be pleased to know that AG7976 can finally rest in peace, knowing that their murder has been avenged. I'm basically a hero. I take it back. I'm not the baddie. I'm saving the day via the medium of murder. Yeah, no. Hey, Miyaki Sakura, how are you doing this evening? You do see a pupper on the bed. After a pretty interesting day with a lot of... I mean, hell. I've really basically solved art today, so I'm pretty proud of that. But yeah, it's been a really good day with chats, banters, and during the earlier part of the show, we were talking... Oh, excuse my chicken T-burps. We were talking a lot about artistic intent in games, and we were discussing a lot about how, especially like the From Software's work, tends to use their mechanics to enforce it as well as. This is a bridge? Oh, yeah. So, one of the things we were talking a lot about was the Surge, and does it do anything similar to Dark Souls in terms of like how it uses its mechanics to tell a story? Or maybe not tell a story, but how it makes us feel. Cheers for the arm, mate! Oh! Be fine, it's just a hand. Back to his old cheery self in no time. Yeah, don't worry, everybody. He's harmless. Miyaki Sura says, ready to art while watching. Feck. Can't say we haven't been short on art talks today. And I think now we all know a little bit more about starting our own gallery. Felt pretty good about that. I have a feeling that going underground might be a terrible idea as well. Okay, no, this is his little home base. Okay. I was a touch worried this was going to be a bad time.
Ever heard of the Black Cerberus? You're just as tough, and that's a real compliment. Man, I see you got yourself some new gear. Not one of my favorite sets, but still impressive.
Aww.
Well, I don't know what exactly you did out there, but you pissed off more people than even a PAX robot could. If you're that good at finding new gear, there might be a way for the two of us to work together.
We need to turn off the ambient music because it's very loud. Our project says Black Cerberus is the boss they're stuck on. Yo, I'm tougher than the boss that you're fighting. Like that's a personal compliment.
So I need to stay
totally not scripted language.
I need a disguise. A set of AID armor would allow me to sneak past them, maybe reach their command center.
Sure, I'm a pro at collecting armor pieces.
These guys are more machine than man, and they show no mercy. So why should we? Target the gear parts we're looking for and slice them off. Then go to a crafting station, and voila, a brand new set of armor. Oh, and don't forget to bring it back to me.
Okay. Got some AID gear
Great.
for you.
Just pass me the missing gear pieces.
What is it you want? There's a Voltar. Oh, no, I have literally none of them. Okay, cool. Can't open the loot box. But yeah, Kuez. Oh, don't. Okay, you are here. Cloud9 is behind and across the way. Alright. But you don't have any crafting stuff you can let me use. Sir? Sir, you are a jerk. I just want you to know this. I will be informing your management. Malix was also saying on terms of like D&D campaign creation, they've said that making factions has been an interesting process too, since there will of course be a nuance that's largely based on aspect of society I want to highlight. I mean, that's way cool. Again, Baron Sheep is definitely the person to talk to. I recommend him. One of the things I found really interesting in a LARP system that I was a part of for a long time was that all the different factions were playing their own kind of RTS.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! J-Post, you fucking ledge, thank you. J-Post just gifted a sub to Project. That's real cool of you, yo. Project's been hanging out all day, like, that's... J-Post, thank you, friend. Join our squad of friendos. This Project, you now find yourself in possession of the full complement of tiny friendos. What you choose to do with them, your own assertion. I've got to find some AID. Are they the soldiers? I forget. I think with the soldiers, the way I handled them last time was I just sent my drone over to go and shoot them in the face, which isn't quite as honourable as some might. Feels a little Indiana Jones, you know what I mean? Oh, and to Project, the friendos, we played a lot of Hollow Knight. Where are you going? Oh, that's coming off. Oh! God, we've been playing this game for hours, like, in total. I will never get tired of those. The Friendos is our little nickname for the grubs in Hollow Knight. Because they're little friends. They're little friendos. Alright, so there's the Seaside Core. We want the Cloud9. Oh yeah, I was going to say, do you want me to pick anything up from Cloud9? Like popping over there? I'm probably just going to get like a beer, just like maybe like a takeaway or something. But if you want me to pick you up anything, like I'm going to be heading over there in just a second. Oi! Whose side are you on? Don't answer that. Yeah, it's incredibly brutal, but satisfying. Capital area. Cab riding, just 10 leisure credits per ride. Alright, there's the cop shop. Seaside Port. If there's death, there's a lot of death down that way. Alright friends, I'm going to put my hand up. I'm going to admit, I might have gotten us lost. Only like a tiny bit lost. Like a teensy weensy bit lost. Who in the bloody hell are you? Oh, you're just hanging out up here. Cool. Aha! Alright, so if we are facing city center, so Cloud 9 should be west towards Gideon's Rock. Alright, I'll work this out.
Welcome to best clinic this side of Seaside Court, Tavarish.
Life is not a game.
Sickly?
Miyaki Sakura says, guess who's drawing some in her teeth? But it's certainly not me.
Normally, I give you real thorough checkup for free, but we run out of medical equipment. How pathetic, huh? I am world-renowned surgeon, yet my hands are...
Do you ever feel like when someone has to tell you they're a world-renowned surgeon, they might not be?
Damn apparatchiks confiscate nanomachines all over Jericho to cover up truth about nano-disease, defrag. Without alternate supply routes, I'd be screwed. Just a moment ago, they shot down secret delivery drone right outside office. Even if soldiers don't find it in time, those damn scavengers will. You'll have to be sneaky. But if you pull off little heist, I'll let you use med station on wall for free.
Alright. Done and done.
Das vidania, Tavarish.
So... Arnold was saying, so this is a silly nitpick of a question, but with all the focus on melee weapons in the Surge series, is there any reason why guns are not a thing in this world? Well, it seems like some forces employ guns. They're not as effective because of stuff and reasons. I guess the idea of the power armor is meant to make you just more badass. I don't know. Oh! I want one of those! Because we do get our little drone friend. So hang on, let me... So this is our cute little drone friend. It can drop a banner, loot scan radar. Which lets us know that there is loot nearby. Then what else we've got? Grenade launcher, little taser gun, which is a lot of fun. But for the most part, it's... No, we're not doing that? Okay. For the most part, the amount of munitions you get and equipment is very, very limited, and it's not until you get a drone that you can use them. It seems like some of the cops have firearms, but it appears that they're not just a thing that people can use. Do you want to go again? Arms mine. Sorry, what were we talking about again? I forget. Faber says guns are more of a thing in the drones into. Yes. That's... Oi! Yeah, guns aren't really a thing that happens immediately encounters a bloke with a gun. Darn it. Didn't manage to get a fucking... Whatever that cool thing he got that I want. It's not fair, friend. It's not fair. So, where are we? Oh, Favor's saying with the right gear, drones are legit a mainline weapon. Later on, you get armor that gives you ammo for firing batteries. Cool. Yeah, the first one felt very much like you were using improvised weapons to survive an environment. This is the kind of the, I guess, the world under siege. Wow. only survive long. Perhaps using a spear made of vicious nanomachines is not the smartest. Ooh, free tech. And Clank says, I've got to say, is it just the city effect or the whole world? I don't know. What we do know at this point is that we're stuck in whatever this quarantine situation was. We were in a plane trying to make it away, and that didn't happen. Could I be incredibly cheeky? Can I take your arm? Oh, a leg. Feck, I killed my own joke! Friends, I'm gonna need a cup of tea in a sec.
No infection detected.
Who said that? Oh, we've managed to sneak past the guards. Did someone say death from above? Oh, Favor, you're right. He might have had too much to drink because he does seem a little legless. Cheers for your army! Alright. We got an Aid Nightfall armor. Oh, that's why we can buy the Aid that's why we can buy it from the other person. So if we don't wanna, we can, if we don't wanna have to do it the fine, I'll take a heal. We don't have to do it the old fashioned way. We can just buy our way through it.
No infection detected.
Oh, wow. Handsy Robo there was a lot more scary than I was expecting. That could have gone much better. That could have gone a lot much better.
Detected.
Of course there's none. You've done me a murder. So to... Do not know how to pronounce I am Simone's. Well, whoever that was, thank you kindly for the follow, alright? I need to go get my stuff back because guess who got cocky? It's Will. Will got cocky. I didn't need to do that. That was more therapeutic. Ami Masashi, what ho friend? Unless I already said hello to you, in which case you get two. How are you doing, yo? Well, I will admit I've fallen into kind of like a smooth groove with playing a little bit of The Surge 2. Get stalled. Well, I've fallen into a bit of a smooth groove while playing The Surge 2. We spent a whole day. We played an MMO art gallery game called Occupy White Walls that turned out to be genuinely brilliant. After that, we sat around talking. Hey, Go on. Do your thing. I always get his timing wrong. Oh, I ain't gonna die because of you two numpties. Sir, you are very brave. Project says now I think about it. I remember seeing an ad for Occupy White Walls on Facebook. Interesting. Someone earlier in the day mentioned they needed developers, and usually friends. Oh, well, not usually. I try and do as much research as I can going into games ahead of time. With this one, I was looking over games because I'd already been like, JoCat, I'm stealing you on Wednesday. We're going to play some video games together. It's going to be something interesting. There were a few contenders of things we could have played today. And I decided that I wanted to roll the dice on that one because if it was terrible, I knew I could kind of... Oh wow, that interrupts too. What a glorious day. Oh, and back to the campaign that Maliki Soldier's been constructing. They're saying they're making it in a system called Open Legend. I've never heard of that. Rather than being a class-based system, it's feats-based. Cool. Shouldn't there be a guy patrolling down here? Oh, there he is. Oh! Cheers to the torso, mate. Oh, there's enough chance. Isn't it? He has enough time to regret what just happened. Oh. These little drones, they grow up so fast. Sniper drone. That's dope. Sorry, where were we? Project says, whenever you're up there, I'm just thinking about how a drop like that in Surge 1 would have almost taken half my health or more. Yeah. It's one thing Ket and I used to discuss a lot, which is there are a lot of... there are a lot of elements that game creators add to games without necessarily thinking about how they impact the game. So, by which I mean... by which I mean that sometimes we add things like full damage and ammo systems without really considering why they are good. My friend put forward the case that Overwatch is a much better title because it doesn't use ammo. Cheers to the head, mate. It's a much better game because it doesn't use ammo, because it doesn't need a reason to have munitions. If you had to run back and pick up ammo in games like Overwatch, like what would that add? In games like, I think, is it Sekiro that doesn't have full damage? I forget. I feel like with the first Surge game, while they did add full damage, I don't feel like it gained anything. Does that make a weird sense? Faber says the Surge was very inconsistent about its fall damage as well. Some falls killed you that were like one-to-one falls that you survived in other places. Yeah. And especially with a game like this, you've got to be able to give your players... You've got to be able to give your players a way to understand what's going on. You're going to run a little bit more, aren't you? Go. Tear off the leg. Job's a good one. Yeah, Bastards. Hollow Knight doesn't have full damage. And would full damage add anything to Hollow Knight? Like, is there anything that would be gained by adding that? And... well, I guess that's my personal feels on the matter. Like, I feel that... especially in gaming, we've always been guilty of adding items, just got found some, of adding systems that we feel should be in there because everyone else has them. It's something we still do, even though it's it's 2019. So, for example, for a long time, platformers still used lives as kind of their primary mechanic, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because, oh, free ammo. That doesn't make as much sense like outside of the arcades because. Aside from artificially extending the life cycle of your game, it doesn't do too much to... Oh, wow. Okay, so, fun fact. You can take their limbs off and they keep going. Because they're robots, obviously. Seems really stupid when I say them out loud, doesn't it? Go Will! Welcome to the Will Show. I'll be working things out very, 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 very slowly. Alright, so the only way is up. Isaac says, unless you drop a Rathos down that waterfall, then Monster Hunter has full damage. Yeah. With Monster Hunter, they kind of want you to do that big, like, death from above. You know, like, grab that gigantic weapon and just fall on a monster. Crush a skull or something. They genuinely want you to succeed like that, and they encourage it through mechanics. Ha! Knock knock. Who's there? A very bad idea. Scraps. Must be some more goodies. Oh! I don't know. No dirty snipes. Agreed. Unless I'm doing it, in which case it is entirely allowed and legit and fair. Ooh, not cool. And Ice Cream, yeah, it is hilarious if you get that whole, like, screaming no fall damage as you purple down and whoa! Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were doing this. Real good at disarming people. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to completely go off on a weird, slightly disjointed, like wide-eyed, like, what? Tangent. But I think it's worth... It's one of those things that's worth bearing in mind. If we add something to a game, why are we adding it? I understand that from a creation standpoint, there's some things you want to put in there to give it a certain feel, a certain authenticity. But it's... You know, if you add a live system, if you add a leveling system, then Why are you throwing it in there? What does it give you? Deliver the goods to the shady doctor. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. What did that do? Ha 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 ha! Might as well stroll to the doctor now where it's not full of baddies. And also, I do want to say,
hypocritical oath every morning before breakfast.
Are you a real doctor?
Of course I'm real. Just trust evidence of your eyes. They call me Dr. Ivan. Don't believe government agitprop. I am hard-working, genuine medical person.
Alright, well, here's your drone.
Nastarovye, you've found enough nanomachines to keep my experiments going for weeks. If I just keep injecting people with little suckers, I will find cure in no time. Don't worry, I've not forgotten my end of deal. You can use MedStation free of charge, da?
Best of luck.
Wise choice.
Keep injecting people. Drone consumable acquired. Lovely. Jumping back in, so Faber's saying, well, I mean, that's a very good point. In the Surge 2, if you go into water, it's an instant kill. Like, you instantly die. Which makes thematic sense because you've got this super cool, like, exoskeleton power armor, which is bloody heavy. And some would say that walking straight into a deep pond isn't exactly great for your health. Alright.
Watch her. She's headed toward the subway tunnels. We'll never find that damn kid if she gets underground.
Doesn't matter. The general's got her ID. She's going to Gideon's Rock. Mercs at the Babylon Gardens can take over.
How far behind this are we?
Babylon Gardens, copy that.
It does make me wonder. Darkened Dragon. Oh, an even better spear. Favor's like, no, wrong chest. I don't think so. I think entirely the right chest. I'm sorry, Favor, what was that? I can't hear you over how awesome the spear is. What was that? Wait, what was that? You're cutting out. I can't hear. What? Watch me get immediately killed. Actually, how powerful is that? It's meh power. But it looks so cool. Favor's like, Nano Hammer's better. Well, I mean, they're all only as good as they can be next to the Turkey Cutter, a legitimate implement. But, yeah. We'll have to use our regular thingy until we need to find a healing station or something equivalent. Of course, can't open that yet. Sorry, so yeah, so jumping back to what Favor was talking about earlier, it's like thematically, falling in water with heavy power armor would be a death sentence, because if it...
Stop that incessant clicking.
I don't know if you could hear me blink there, very doubtful. I feckin' hope so. Bloody heckin' hell. Ami Musashi says it looks like that spear is a sub bomb. Very doubtful, you feckin' legend. Oh, sincerely thank you. So friends, as I'm sure you've gathered, very doubtful guest just dropped 10 subs just to the crowd. A true hunter of House Carl. And those went to Atari, to Squares, the Basilisk, Hexor, Ziku the Great, Catelyn Ray, Dave Greco, Heart, Valen Vane, Mercury Punch, and Sonata. That's a good lineup. Like if that was a loot box drop, there are some top tier cards in there. Very doubtful. Sincerely, thank you, y'all. The Basilisk's been hanging out and chatting with us intermittently all afternoon, which has been feckin' cool. That's super lovely of you. So thank you, friend. I don't know if you got to catch any of the stuff we did earlier, Doubtful, but we played an MMO art gallery called Occupy White Walls. Oh, giving me hints. Tasty goodies. And it was great. We had JoCat on the show.
Stop that incessant clicking.
We built our own galleries. We looked at stuff. It was feckin' cool. We've basically been nattering about artistic intent in video games all day. JoCat had to go after like 2 and a bit hours. And because we were talking so much about FromSoft games and how they convey art through meaning, we decided to go on to the Surge 2 and see if this game has anything to say. Has anything that we haven't quite realised, you know? Oh, Amis was gonna. I was gonna say that spear makes me think of Skyrim. Well, I wielded that spear and then very doubtful dropped 10 gifted subs. So one must think that there is a coincidence. Very doubtful did a good.
I heard.
I don't know how you could have heard.
I'm pretty sure our neighbors know.
I'm pretty sure our neighbors got some. Later.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Favor said it is the queen of not a cult. It's definitely not a cult. I'm glad we're all in agreement of that. A very doubtful says, "Oh hey, it's Fiona." Oh hey, it's you. I will say, very doubtful is, we will be. Oh, this is cool. I know where we are now. We will be throwing over to Fiona for a cooking stream later on this afternoon. So you're going to get to hang out with Fiona in a bit. How are you still alive?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Wow. That's surprisingly sturdy. So you're, again, very doubtful, thank you. Just gotta find a place I can level this spear up because it's cool. Alright, lift's unlocked. Got a lot of scrap though. Got a lot of scrap.
Stop that incessant clicking.
It's not a cult. It's not a cult. So yeah, today's been a feckin' great day. Shackle! Welcome back, friend. Where were you? Where was I when you left off? Alright, so here's Capital. There's people screaming in the sky. This isn't as I was hoping. Some more roadblocks. That's a big axe.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No incidents to report. Oh, copy that. They found a way around the scanner gate. Looking into it now. Over and out.
Shackle says you were going to say goodbye to JoCat and had to entertain family for dinner. Well, we have pretty much continued the same topic. I will admit we've smashed some.
Jericho City is complete.
Oh.
The evacuation of Jericho City is complete.
That's bad.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Come on, one of you numpties has got to be near a feckin' something. Oh, here we go. Woohoo! Let me faff around with some construction. Upgrade some stuff. Do some murders. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Back it all. So definitely gonna upgrade that spear. Not quite enough to take it to the next level. choices. Alright, so we're going to build a regular suit for our mate. Right, so we can give that to him. What the bloody hell's this? Oh, the Goliath set, there we go. We're going to have a good time. Well, I mean, it is your show. I'm just going to bring these lovely people over. Well,
you're going to be helping. I don't think you're getting out of this.
Okay, helping is a strong word. I will be present. You will be able to observe me in the same space. You know how once
you'll be reading directions and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You'll be there.
Well, I was going to say, you know how once you reach a certain speed, training wheels actually become like a problem. Like, they don't help with stability, they actually decrease from it. I'm like that in the kitchen. Once you get a certain level, I actually detract from other people's ability to cook. I have a fear of cooking. I have developed this in the last, 2 years, and it's weird. And the last thing I cooked was almost a disaster.
Real close.
So it was like... It was on this, the knife edge of edibility. But we had a lot of water.
We were both hungry enough for it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Shackle says 245 friendos is an awkwardly unround number of friendos.
Stop that incessant clicking.
See, I should have known what you were doing. I should have known what you were doing, Shackle. But you Shackle, sincerely thank you. Like, Shackle and Doubtful and everybody today, sincerely thank you. So, as I'm sure you gathered by both their wonderful setup into the yeet, Shackle Draconis just gifted 5 subs out to the crowd, and they went to Meme Flakes, to Malaku.
Stop that incessant clicking.
At some point, someone's gonna have to tell me how to say that, but it won't be this evening because I'm still gonna get it wrong. To Malakuth Soldier, to Shadow Ravens, Ringulf, and to Rizzleblue. Shackle, sincerely thank you. And all of you, yeah, please enjoy... Please enjoy a bunch of Hollow Knight flavoured goodness. So, yo.
Stop that
thank you, friend.
Clicking.
Project's like, here we go again! Project says, I've got to go make a dinner sandwich. We're back in a mo. Take your time, friend. We'll be raiding on over to Fiona probably in about 20 minutes, half an hour. So you get me just from a different part of the house. I will be playing
Stop that incessant clicking.
sous chef to someone much more competent than myself. The thing is, in the past, I haven't been a bad cook, but I think it's just been living on other people's sofas and, like, staying with other people and just generally being worried about, like, you know, damaging people's pans or what food's okay to use and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I have developed a weird fear of cooking. Those guys have better armor. I'm not going to fight them right now.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, you're exceptionally dead. Like, super dead. Feckin' wet. That's just a laser. I tell you what, I'm gonna head back to visit our friendo, deliver him the armor before we continue. Hey! I know that name. Slifter friend. How goes it? Actually, no, genuinely, how goes it? Because you have been working not only your butt off, but probably other people's as well. How you been doing, friend? I'm playing the Surge 2, getting into mischief. Earlier on today, we played like this, like shared experience art exhibition thing that was feckin' cool. Ow. Oh, I am in trouble. Later. Woohoo! It's legitimate strategy! Feckin' wee! Where were we? Slip to say they're doing pretty good. Keeping busy. Lots of projects I can't talk about. Yeah. But when you can talk about those, it's gonna be feckin' cool. Yeah, Shackle, it is uncool. I'm assuming we get a Zappy laser at some point, and I'm very hoping for it. So yeah, Ket, today we've had a feckin' cool day. JoCat was on the show earlier, and we were playing through a game called Occupy White Walls, which is actually an MMO-ish experience where you look at and craft your own art gallery. And it's good. Like, it's really good. Alright, so...
How's the AID patrol?
Alright, got your gear.
Great. Just...
I might have accidentally made too much armor. Which I assume is kind of like making too much pasta.
How's the AID patrol? Great.
Oh, wait, no, he wants AID Patrol. Not AID Nightfall. He wants AID... There was me being all feckin' clever and cocky, and I gave him the wrong stuff, because I'm an agent. Not gonna let me in here. Not gonna let me use your base. Such a jerk. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it ended up being real cool, and we were talking a lot about, like, Dark Souls and similar games today, and how they use kind of a lot of their mechanics to reinforce thematics and the ways in which one can put artistic intent into a game. And we got talking about the Soulsian type games, and then we're talking about the Surge 2, and we've been trying to guess, I don't know, to say we've been trying to ascertain if this game has any intent is a little arrogant, because to get that kind of understanding from a game, you need to have been playing it like a whole bunch. Oh, he is, at some point, very dead. Oh, he needs 2 arms and 2 legs. Favor, you feckin' legend. I nearly ran off into the night sky there. Stip said, not to divert, but what are mead points? So you remember back at TwitchCon, they added the channel points. So we haven't found too many things to do with the mead points, but to do with the channel points. But that's what we've added. You can. So far, the one people have the most fun with is modifying other people's modifying emotes. So like Isocrid's done in chat. Throwing a pair of shades on a waffle.
How's the AID patrol gear coming along? Great. Just... Awesome.
Cool.
This should get me into the AID comp. I'll go to their evacuation hub and try to pass as one of them. Then I'll hack into their database and find out if they're really looking for a cure. Why they took all those kids. If you're ever heading that way too, let's team up again. See you around.
No doubt, friend. No doubt. Pain enhancer. That sounds bad. That doesn't sound good at all. The Brunch Boys. is. Project's like, I just realized who the stranger is! What gave it away? Oh, and also we picked up some goodies as well, so I'm gonna see what those are. I mean, it's one of those things that doesn't... It's not like the big reveal, but it does feel kind of good. It's one of those that if you realize it yourself, you feel like, hey, cool, I worked it out. Warren's one-handed, well-used cutter. Ah, that takes me back. It's even got the feckin' medical stamp on the side of it. That's cool. Wow, so this is better across the board and counts to other sets. Done and done, my friends. Done and done. I mean, it's no cheeky shades or backwards cap, but it's up there. It's up there. So project that is something I think about on the regular is how wonderful Saints Row was, especially like character creation wise. Because Project was saying it's a shame they didn't do a Saints Row and give the character a voice like they did in 1. He sounded like. Oh yeah. See, Isocrid, I wasn't going to say the spoiler out loud, but you are correct. Yes, it is in fact Alex Mason from Red Faction. So all of you who guessed that, well done. You are correct. I'll try out my new spear. Cheers for your head, mate! Ja! Slipter says, unlike that waffle, shards in dark mode chat seem like a bad idea. That is a good point. I mean, I feel like I've had channel points now for like a good few weeks, and aside from the maximum dab, which was requested, I haven't thought of too many things. The highlighted message ended up being obnoxious for me and ineffective at showing me stuff that people wanted to say. So we kind of just popped it in the bin. Alright, so I can actually pop more of these as well. Ejection. When battery is filled, standard generation is increased. Reduces the rate at which energy bar drains. Displays direction of attacks. Increases maximum omni. Increases duration. Batteries will persist before decaying. When an enemy attack is successfully blocked, energy is gained. Increases damage dealt to organic humans. You'll stab them in the organic. Oh. Increases scrap for killing people? Feck yeah. Project says, what's the pain thing do? That's a very interesting question. It increases damage received by 100%. Handle with care. What? I'm sorry, what? I mean, we're all on the same web page right here. What have you got? I've got an implant that makes everything hurt. Oh yeah, cool. What's the bonus? There's no bonus. It's just agony. It could be a challenge mode. I mean, it's one of the things I always forget that Supergiant do very well is creating systems that allow you to get more XP by challenging yourself. I think that's dope. It's just, you know, trickier to unlock. Actually, project, that's a good point. The benefit could be for modifications that specialize in if you take damage, do more. Oh, it's good to be backburnering things again. I mean, that person had it coming so much. Very dead. Caffeine says, bleh. I may have caught the crud on NYC over the weekend. I'm gonna have to bounce. The electronic smash sounds are driving a pike into my brain. Hey, no worry. Caffeine, thanks for coming and chilling in a link today. So I hope you feel better, dude. And yeah, hope things have been going cool with yourself. Whoa! Damn, they are not going to be in Rush Hour 3. Stop the army!
No infection detected.
This guy's about to have a very bad time. No, take it back. He's about to have a great time. It's I who's going to have a bad time. Oh, project. So the little stream overlay health thing. Oh, that Shadow Ravens managed to steal. Which is a fun little thing we did with, you know, like the whole stream boss idea. Well, we have our Jarl of the Day. And currently, the Jarl of the Day is Shadow Raven. So I don't know if he's lurking or as a person we saw once, you know, a relic of a bygone age. I couldn't tell you, friends. I couldn't tell you. It's just a cute little feature we put in, just, I guess, for fun, yo. God, I'm enjoying this game. I definitely think out of between this and Code Vein, this will be the one of the two that I finish both. You okay there? You're right, you're just making a nest out of the bed. You're just making a bed nest. It's alright, if you can see River in the background, just having a good time, just rearranging the bed. Would you believe I made that bed before I started the show today? It's gonna be all regal over there, huh? Except it's like, would I believe you did that before starting stream? No. Okay, I can't believe our lot are planning GDC already. Next year. I need to ask the rest of our B&B if Fiona can take one of the slots. But that's a conversation to have with the gamers. Because they're going to be going to, I think they're repping Child's Play, the charity booth at GDC. I believe so, but I might be getting that wrong. Alright, firstly, bank that scrap! River stirs. It's made itself look like Stealth Nest. You can just kind of see the ears popping up. Oh wow, I can upgrade that like the feck now. That's great. Probably don't want to do that. Yeah, I will. I'll go for a blue helm. What can I do with those? And once I can get that upper level, then I can bump it up to the next one as well. Fucking cool. Almost like I don't think people know how good at video games I might be. Dog bed by day, people bed by night. That is every bed in this house. Every bed is dog bed. Wait. So that right there. That's the Mark III. The upgrade would be the Mark IV. So wait. Was I hovering over there? No, that was just a hallucination. Okay. Yeah, every bed is called mine. Every bed is dog bed. I like that we can make the glasses, we can improve the glasses, but it barely changes their stats. I don't know why that makes me smile. I still want to improve this though. So yeah. So Ket, what to say? I do understand you weren't able to make I also understand that I can't physically talk. Age of Wonders was a glorious mess. You'll be very, very proud to know that me and John, with a small backup from Kylan, managed to bring victory to the Dwarven people finally. So after years, and by years I mean twice that we've done it, years of shame we have endured as the Dwarven people. Finally we have been able to claim a victory in Age of Wonders as our own. Yeah, long overdue. Though the subsequent after party, while not one inherent mess, did end up going on for a long, long time, and ended up being quite the night. Oh yeah, and Pun Spectre, we managed to punk the heck out of the Goblins, which they did to me. Like, I'm still finding things they've turned around or drawn on. I haven't had the heart to change the backboard, but it's got Hobbitses are the besties and Gerbs for life on there, as Baron and Fiona changed from being elves to being hobbits, and it worked very well. While my internal organs might disagree, I had a great time with it, and just talking about Age of Wonders.
I see you messed up at the end. Age of Wonders was dope.
Age of Wonders was dope.
You still have to clean up your room after that.
I'm still finding Goblin things. Every time I think I've gotten them all, Goblins are like, yeah, we hit all the things. It's my spear. It's all shiny. Tractable spear. Still so funny. I managed to turn the microphone off for the Goblins and just let them work it out.
They didn't figure it out.
Not for ages. Darn it. Stop dying of natural causes, you coward. Sorry, bear with me a second. Oh, that's coming off. Schematic. Scarab body gear. Looks kind of cool. We'll be farming this area for a while. The Dreamer says that didn't do anything. Baron was talking the chat into pretending the Goblins were muted is what got them. Oh yeah. No, I mean, Baron's an evil genius when it comes to stuff like that. And it was only because you all did such a good job of every time the Goblins were muted, you were like, hey, you guys are a little loud. You know, we can hear you fine, you're just coming through a little loud. Do you mind just calming it down a little? And then when they weren't muted, all of you got together and were like, we can't hear you. Have you tried turning it up? It was master level work, my friends. Master level work. What is that? It's an axe made out of the Force. I love this game.
Tired of sitting around? Bored of waiting? Do you want to return truth, justice, and the American way to the streets of Jericho City?
Nah, we good.
Then what are you waiting for? Together, we can take back our city once and for all. With our combined forces, we will defeat the Nanite Scourge and reclaim what's ours. Join the hunters today, and help us defeat the
Well, if you want
beast
to
at Gideon's
roll
Rock.
up and pop on the kettle, I'll do a couple more murders while you're getting live, and we'll go from there. Are you stealing my IKEA stand? What thievery is this?
I want to be able to talk to people.
Yeah, it is actually a great piece of kit. I was just talking about how the wonderful play on the Goblins of convincing them, one, that the sound was fine when it wasn't, and two, of convincing them that the sound was completely muted when it wasn't. Like,
That was all chat. That was all chat the second time.
Yeah,
They took it and ran.
Not all heroes were capes. Some of them
I
chatting.
hear you.
Although Slipter is pointing out that the amount of carnage caused by the Goblins is exactly what you expect me to cause them. First thing the Goblins did was explode a bottle of like strawberry soda in the kitchen, dyeing everything like a venomous red. That took some scrubbing. Though we did. So the Goblins made a lot of like red-themed drinks. They brought like some cordials and some juice and some like. They brought this sparkling like blood orange soda. Oh, so good. So at the end of the evening, as we're getting into the silly part of drinking, I was like, gin, blood orange soda. Oh, and it was delicious. Oh yeah, as Lifter is saying, as Ket is saying, we will be finding
Sticky spots for months.
For months. But yeah, so the thing that killed me and
It's a good
Baron.
thing that like once a month I take everything off the counters and wave it down.
Yeah, I mean, dog hair inspires. But so after this gin juice concoction, which ended up being way more delicious than it had any right to be. Excuse me, you appear to have a hat. I want this hat. Got your hat. However, after we had acquired said drinking concoction, which was very good, I hit upon an idea which may have been what destroyed me and Baron. Because we were on a good roll. What I did is I took... I feel guilty saying it out loud. I took gin, and instead of using like a, a sparkling soda or, a tonic or something along those lines, I took Angry Orchard red apple cider.
Where'd you think you are? Mad Dog Fresh Powder?
Or I guess what you Americans would call hard cider. Oh, you're a different person. So you are a different person. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it was like, I mean, Angry Orchard's like, what, 6% cider? So 6% cider and gin over ice. And it was a bad mistake. Alright, so I got to ask some of the important questions. So, Ket, how are you doing? When are we going to get to see you back on doing the streams? Because I think I can speak for the crew quite happily when I say, like, yo, we missed you, dude. Like, people keep asking me about stuff like Slay the Spire, and I'm like, I don't know how to tell you that the only reason I even know anything about Slay the Spire is because I hung out with someone who could actually play it. I mean, sorry, it's not something that you need to do for us. It's more like, yo, when you're ready to come back, like, you know we're gonna be there. Ooh, superheated fire starter. Spiciest of ideas. Oh, and a new audio log.
To anyone out there, the Jericho City Resistance live. If you want to join the good fight, we're closer than you think. Up there in the clouds.
That doesn't help me. I'm genuinely dubious of anyone that says in the cloud, unironically. And I also, like, Ket, joking aside, like, I understand you are putting in crazy hours. Ket works for Funko in their board gaming division. Yes, that is a thing they have. Ket's been working, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the big projects that Ket's worked on that has been announced is the Funko Pops kind of tactics game, which is fucking cool. Where does this drop us? Oh wow, we are way back at the start. Oh man, I haven't killed this guy in hours. So dead. Malice says, have you had the chance to play Outer Worlds? I haven't had the chance to play it yet, but I do now own it. So I haven't decided when to stream it or to throw it like that wise, but I have it. I mean, Mally, one of the things that Malik, God, I have pronounced your username so many different times in the space of one day. That's got to be an award-worthy thing. Sorry. So what I was going to say was, I do play something different every day, or at least try to. We have a couple of long play games, but for the most part, it's something different. There was a game that I was going to do on Thursday. Oh, shite, that's tomorrow. It was a game I was going to do on Thursday, which I am probably not going to do coverage on now. So it's a question of, what do I want to do? I mean, that's a discussion for another time, but also, we can now make cool people hats. And we can upgrade our badass spear. Yes. Feckin' yes. Feckin' yeah! Feckin' wee! And I don't want to alarm anybody, but we now know how to make a cowboy hat. Just gonna make that on principle. Yeah, Mal is fine for the sake of ease. That is entirely fine, thank you. Got so many goodies. We've got so much stuff for activities. I don't even know how high up the levels the mark system goes either. I will say that whether or not you want to count it as a mechanics to systems thing, or whether you want to count it as just a pure coincidence, one of the things I find interesting about this is that you're incentivized to pick like an set of armor, or maybe two, and work through that. The idea of it kind of becoming an extension of yourself becomes very real, and I think there's an interesting conversation to have there. Nothing that I feel like I've got a really smart grasp on right now. But definitely something that I'm going to be pondering for a good long while, you know what I mean? We can use special armor to increase the stats of this cowboy hat, because that's apparently how that works. We looking badass. Alright, friends. Fiona, I'm going to bring this all to a close over here. How you doing? You all started? Yay! So, friends, the party don't stop, but it is moving to the other room. So, Ket, I'm going to steal... Well, I mean, it's not like it's rocket science, but we're going to do what we used to do back in the day, which is I'm going to raid from here to literally the kitchen. Oh, I'm going to get a cuppa. It's going to be glorious. Fiona and I are going to cook something and hang out with you lot. I am going to run credits in a second because I do have a lot of peeps to thank for the day, because it was a really good day. And jumping back quickly, Project is saying, speaking of Warframe, like an hour ago, ADHD, woo! Do you have any thoughts on the new Culver Lich system? So Project, I'm in a weird space with Warframe, which is I played it at the very, very beginning. Like, I have an Excalibur Prime frame. Is the easiest way to explain to people how much I played that. But because I played it so much at the beginning and then in sections, I am way behind. Like, I haven't done all the Fortuna content. I haven't done... I only just last time we played got a DAG. Like, it took a lot. I am both simultaneously ahead of most people and behind everyone. And so what I really need to do is just sit down for a couple of days and just do nothing but play it. But, yeah. And the Basilisk very much enjoys the modded emote. So, yeah. But let's file that under a to be continued conversation. Okie dokie. But to that end, friends, I do still want to say a massive thank you. Today has been... Oh, I can't think of another group of people that would sit around for 2.5 hours with me and JoCat in a fecking art gallery, and then, I mean, talk about fecking, like, narrative handbrake turns, then go from that to dismembering people so we can steal their body parts to make armor in the fecking Surge 2. So, thank you all. Oh, I'm so happy with how that game turned out as well. Right, where are my bleep bloops? Where are my bleep bloops? Where are my bleep bloops? Why are they not ready? Why are you like this? Fine, you're getting some Sayonara Wild Hearts. It's just happening. Mecha Noel, what, old friend? So, Mecha Noel, we're literally going to raid over to Fiona now, and I'm literally going to walk around and hang out with you all there. Or, I'm just going to play the metal song we had from earlier. That'll, yeah. There we go. No, not feeling it. Not feeling it. No, hang on. Hold up. So, I guess what I'm saying, Mecha Noel, is we're going to continue hanging out and talking, just not here. Why are you like this, YouTube? Yeah, so you get some chipper bleep bloops to play us out. So yeah, today's been a wonderful day. Thank you all. And to that end, we thank you all proper. Yeah, I still don't know how to end my show in a cohesive manner. It's almost like talking like highbrow art stuff for 6 hours does you a mental damage. Nah, it's someone else. It's definitely someone else. But seriously, all of you, thank you. Like, very doubtful and Shackle for going on sprees, and all of you that thrown bits. As I've said, bits literally power this operation, so I'm incredibly grateful. So to J-Post, Favor, Vanderbeest, Shackle Draconis, Alleged Man, to Earl Kong, Compliment Cap, and our squad of anonymous cheerers, thank you kindly. Your moderator today was not merely Slifter and Tarlicus, but also Caffeine, who had to go because he wasn't feeling so well. But thank you to our just magnanimous moderation team. We got a bunch of new followers, which is I Am Psalms Project, Malchus Soldier. Glad to have you with us. And to those that resubbed and were the recipients of the Hunts of House Carl, I must thank JoCat, Caffeine, Jack Skulls, Project Squares, The Basilisk, Zook the Great, Catelyn Ray, Dave Ricourt, Valevin, Murky Punch, Atari's Hexor, Sonata, Meme Flakes, Malakuth Soldier, almost, Shadow Ravens, Ruzzlebow, and Ring Golf. Thank you all. Thank you again to JoCat for being my guest, and to everyone for being just exceptionally wonderful. Now, without further ado, I'm going to head on over to Fiona. Now, obviously, you can't tell Fiona we're coming. Like, don't be rumbling me, because we get the jump on them.
Oh man.
Nope, sorry. Project says probably lack of food that does that. Yeah, it's okay. Fiona feeds me, keeps me alive. Yeah. So I'd say I'm gonna say thank you again, but this is far from the end of the evening because we're just going into the other room. I'm gonna make a cup of tea though. I hear you. I hear that. I hear that. Right. Blab me on Discord. I'll talk to you in a second. If you do need to head on out, have a wonderful evening. Thank you all. Onward! To like 3 feet that way! River, we're going that way! We're going that. We're going that. Nothing.